encourages all residents to learn about Alzheimer's disease and other forms of dementia and recognize these individuals as integral parts of Shelby County community. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Board of County Commissioners of Shelby County, Tennessee, that June 15th, 2026 is hereby recognized as Shelby County Alzheimer's and Brain Awareness Day.
And Jonas, would you like to say a few, was there anything you'd like to say?
Yes, please. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jonah Elihovich, and I am a rising senior at Lausanne Collegiate School in Memphis. I'm here today to ask for your support of this resolution, recognizing June 15th as Alzheimer's and Brain Awareness Day in Shelby County. Alzheimer's disease affects millions of Americans and more than 100,000 Tennesseans, placing an enormous burden on individuals, families, caregivers, and healthcare providers. This issue is especially meaningful to me because of my volunteer work with seniors. Last year, I founded TechBridge Youth, a student-led initiative that helps residents in senior living communities navigate everyday technology. Through weekly one-on-one sessions, I've had the opportunity to build relationships with older adults and see firsthand the challenges that many seniors and their families face. Those experiences inspired me to learn more about Alzheimer's disease and brain health. I even chose to conduct a research paper on the relationship between cholesterol and Alzheimer's disease because I wanted to better understand this condition and its impact on our communities. This resolution does not create a program or require funding. Instead, it creates an opportunity for education and support in Shelby County. By recognizing Alzheimer's and Brain Awareness Day, Shelby County can help reduce stigma, encourage early evaluation, support caregivers, and remind those affected by this disease that they are not alone. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I respectfully ask for your support of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Parliamentarian, if you could read item number 3.
Item 3 is an honorary resolution acknowledging Mr. Cato Johnson on the occasion of his retirement from Methodist Le Bonheur Healthcare, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
Pastor Butler, before you leave, we have a presentation for you. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Bibbs?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for acknowledging item number 3. I would like to move this item to actually August, because I do believe we only have one meeting in July, is that correct? Yep, so August.
So the August 10th commission meeting?
Perfect, yes.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, parliamentarian, please read item number 4.
Item 4 is an honorary resolution recognizing and acknowledging Miss Latvita Winfield being named 2026 State of Tennessee School Counselor of the Year, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair and colleagues. I'm excited to be in front of you this afternoon to acknowledge Mrs. Lavita Winfield. As you know, anytime I have an opportunity to be able to acknowledge someone who is in education, who's done great things, I like to bring them in front of the commission so that we can celebrate them. And today I am bringing in front of you Mrs. Winfield, who is Tennessee School Counselor of the Year. And I like to say that this is the second one in a row. So some mighty great things are happening in Memphis Shelby County schools when it comes to counseling. Whereas it is appropriate for the Shelby County Board of Commissioners to recognize and honor esteemed citizens within Shelby County who've made an enormous impact on its citizens. And whereas the Shelby County Board of Commissioners is immensely proud to shine a light on an extraordinary educator who truly embodies the spirit of our community. Ms. Lavita Winfield, the distinguished recipient of the 2026 Tennessee School Counselor of the Year Award. And whereas Mrs. Winfield's impact at Downtown Elementary transcends the traditional role of a counselor. She is a visionary leader dedicated to cultivating an environment where every student can thrive. Lavita has pioneered initiatives with organizations such as MPD, MIFA, MLG&W, Sheriff's Department, Light of Glorious Light of Glory, Eastern Stars, Memphis Child Advocacy Center, Memphis Area Legal Services, and many more. She has profoundly reshaped the school's social and academic ecosystem, including innovative, systematic, restorative practices, providing quality experiences for students, heavily promoting college and career readiness, establishing robust mental health support frameworks, and integrating critical strategies to ensure comprehensive inclusion for all special education students and students with curated needs. Her unwavering commitment to holistic student well-being is further evidenced by Downtown Elementary's achievement as America's healthiest school and its Cigna Silver Star status under her guidance, with her as a wellness champion. And whereas Levita's impressive qualifications underscore her readiness for broader leadership, she is a comprehensive, credentialed professional, holding licenses as a K-12 counselor, interventionist, and administrator. Her academic foundation includes advanced licensure in instructional leadership and supervision from CBU, a master's in human services from Liberty University, and a bachelor's in psychology. Her exceptional leadership potential has been consistently recognized by Memphis Shelby County Schools, leading to her selection for both the highly competitive assistant principal pipeline and prestigious MSCS Aspiring Leader Fellowship. She has also demonstrated significant operational acumen as a summer leading academy site administrator at Raleigh Bartlett Meadows Elementary. And whereas a proud alumna of Leadership Memphis Fast Track program, Levita is deeply committed to forging powerful connections between our local communities and the pursuit of academic excellence. Beyond her professional accolades, she's a devoted mother of three, a wife, and a member of the best sorority, Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, and an active civic leader. As a proud product of Legacy Memphis City Schools, Mrs. Winfield embodies the future of educational leadership, poised to inspire profound and lasting transformation across city's learning institutions. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Shelby County Board of Commissioners do hereby congratulate Mrs. Levita Winfield, a remarkable leader and a true asset to Shelby County education, for her recognition as the 2026 Tennessee School Counselor of the Year. Congratulations.
All right. Good afternoon, Commissioner Bibbs and members of the commission. I want to thank you so much for this incredible recognition. Standing here as the 2026 Tennessee School Counselor of the Year is an absolute honor, but this work is never a solo effort. Every day at Downtown Elementary, I have the privilege of helping our students discover their potential and realize their worth, as well as bringing them and their families invaluable resources. I am deeply grateful to my Memphis Shelby County Schools family, my colleagues, and my loved ones for their unwavering support. To Commissioner Bibbs and the board, thank you for shining a light on this profession, the vital role in school counseling. This award is just not for me. It's my hope that together we can continue making Shelby County a great place to live and a great place for our children to learn and to continue to thrive and grow as well as succeed. Thank you.
Pastor Butler, if you'll come back up to the podium, we appreciate your invocation today. Chairwoman Avant has a presentation for you.
Colleagues, thank you for allowing me to present to Pastor Stoney Butler of Mount Pisgah Missionary Baptist Church, and thanks of his being chaplain of the day. I would also encourage, if any of you have not visited a little church on the hill at the top of Macon Road, I encourage you to do so. not only to be blessed by the words of his ministry, but by the outreach of the congregation. And so, on behalf of the Board of Commissioners, we'd like to present this to you, Pastor Stoney Butler Jr. That's a picture of us.
All right, Commissioners, if you would take a minute, actually take 3 minutes to review the consent agenda, and if there are any items you'd like to have pulled, if you'll just hit the button to request to speak, and Chairwoman will recognize that when the time expires. Thank you.
Commissioner Sugarman?
Number 20.
20? Okay. Commissioner Brooks?
Thank you. Item numbers 14, 15, 33, and 34.
14, 15, 33, and 34.
Excuse me, 33 and 35.
Okay. Parliamentarian, please read the consent agenda minus items 14, 15, 20, 33, and 35.
Yes, ma'am. Items 5 through 11 come from the Budget and Finance Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Whaley. Item 5 is a resolution receiving and filing the March 2026 Monthly Comprehensive Financial Update Reports entitled Shelby County Government Monthly Commission Division Reports for the year ending June 30th, 2026, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley. Item 6 is a resolution to amend the FY 2026 Shelby County Sheriff's Office General Fund operating budget to expend supplemental grant funds in the amount of $455,200 from the State of Tennessee Department of Public Safety. This item requires appropriation and expenditure of general operating funds in the amount of $455,200, sponsored by Commissioner McWright. Item 7 is a resolution approving the purchase of Mimecast email archiving, filtering, and security solution from Insight Public Sector in the amount of $211,581.45, with the option to renew for 2 additional one-year periods where each renewal shall not exceed a 7% increase over the prior year's renewal price. This item requires expenditure of FY 2026 internal service funds in an amount not to exceed $211,581.45, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley. Item 8 is a resolution to approve a contract with Pictometry International Corporation, DBA Eagle View, for digital color, oblique, and ortho-rectified aerial imagery and aerial orthophotography services for the period of contracted execution through June 30th, 2026, in an amount not to exceed $214,760, with the option to renew for 2 additional one-year periods in order to maintain the most current data for emergency responders. This item requires expenditure of FY 2026 Information Technology Services General Funds in an amount not to exceed $214,760, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley. Item 9 is a resolution approving the purchase of Cloudflare licenses and subscriptions from Insight Public Sector in an amount not to exceed $45,731.08, with the option to renew for 2 additional one-year periods where each renewal shall not exceed a 7% increase over the prior year's renewal price. This item requires expenditure of FY 2026 internal service funds in an amount not to exceed $45,731.08, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley. Item 10 is a resolution amending the FY 2026 Capital Improvement Plan CIP budget in the amount of $1,877,796.80 and approving a contract with Barnes & Brower, Inc. for HVAC renovation at the D. Army Bailey Courthouse located at 140 Adams Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee 38103. This item requires appropriation of FY 2026 funds not to exceed $1,877,796.80, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley and Commissioner McWright. Item 11 is a resolution amending the FY 2026 Capital Improvement Plan CIP budget in the amount of $3,150,000 and approving a piggyback contract with Train US Inc. in the amount of $4,196,415.21 for the replacement of 2 chillers at the Walter L. Bailey Jr. Criminal Justice Center Jail Annex at 271 Poplar Avenue and 1 chiller at the Jail Kitchen at 280 Washington Avenue and appropriating funds. This item requires the appropriation of FY 2026 CIP funds in an amount not to exceed $4,196,415.21, sponsored by Commissioner McWright and Commissioner Michael Whaley. Items 12 and 13 come from the Budget and Finance Committee with Commissioner Lowry as Vice Chair. Item 12 is a resolution approving the purchase of CoreView licenses and subscriptions from Arif International Corporation, DBA Numeric Soft, in the amount not to exceed $121,965.69, with the option to renew for 2 additional one-year periods where each renewal shall not exceed a 5% increase over the prior year's renewal price. This item requires expenditure of FY 2026 internal service funds in an amount not to exceed $121,965.69, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley. Item 13 is a resolution approving a 3-month contract extension with Airmark Correctional Services, LLC, in the amount not to exceed $350,000.01 for professional fiduciary management services for the Shelby County Sheriff's Office. This item requires an expenditure of fiscal year 2027 general funds, sponsored by Commissioner McWright. Item 16 comes from the Public Works Committee with Vice Chair Bradford as chairman. Item 16 is a resolution approving a change order to the contract with Wagner General Contractors, Inc. for a no-cost time extension for the construction of a walking and biking trail along a portion of the Wolf River Greenway as part of the National Disaster Resilience Competition Grant. This item does not require the expenditure of funds, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford Jr. Item 17 comes from the Law Enforcement Corrections and Courts Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Wright. Item 17 is a resolution approving a contract between Shelby County Government and Cornerstone Detention Products, Inc. for UPS battery backups for newly installed security electronics touchscreen system for the main jail located at 201 Poplar on behalf of the Shelby County Sheriff's Office in the amount not to exceed $72,770.02. This item requires the expenditure of fiscal year 2026 general funds in the amount not to exceed $72,770.02, sponsored by Commissioner McWright. Items 18 through 20 come from the General Government Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Brooks. Item 18 is a resolution, we're only taking up 18 and 19. Item 18 is a resolution approving the election of notaries public for appointment and a reappointment for Shelby County, Tennessee, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks. Item 19 is a resolution approving the county mayor's nomination of Laramie Wheeler, Susan Neely Barnes, William Frazier, and Anthony Coleman for appointment of the Citizens Law Enforcement Review Committee, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks. Items 21 through 23 come from the Core City Neighborhoods and Housing Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Brooks. Item 21 is a resolution approving the sale of 23 county-owned delinquent tax parcels acquired by Shelby County from various Shelby County tax sales to identified purchasers at various prices, collectively totaling $146,300, pursuant to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 67-5-2507, and authorizing the Shelby County Mayor to execute reclaimed deeds, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks. Item 22 is a resolution approving the sale of 21 county-owned delinquent tax parcels acquired by Shelby County from various Shelby County tax sales to identified purchasers at various prices, collectively totaling $66,306.25, pursuant to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 67-5-2507, and authorizing the Shelby County Mayor to execute reclaimed deeds, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks. Item 23 is a resolution correcting the resolution approving the sale of 24 county-owned delinquent tax parcels acquired by Shelby County from various Shelby County tax sales to identified purchasers at various prices, collectively totaling $136,904.75, pursuant to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 67-5-2507, and authorizing the Shelby County Mayor to execute reclaimed deeds adopted February 4th, 2026, and item 9 by approving the sale of one delinquent tax parcel acquired by Shelby County from Shelby County Tax Sale 703 to identified purchaser for the total purchase price of $843.75, correcting the purchaser's name shown on the Exhibit A pursuant to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 67-5-2507, and authorizing the Shelby County Mayor to execute a quitclaim deed, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks. Item 24 comes from the Audit Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Whaley. Item 24 is a resolution receiving and filing the third quarter report of the Shelby County Government for the year ending June 30th, 2026, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley. Items 25 through 29 come from the Facilities, Real Property, and Capital Improvements Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Wright. Item 25 is a resolution to grant a permanent utility easement 8 foot wide in size containing 1,402 square feet or 0.03 acres of land over, across, under, and upon a tract of land owned by Shelby County, Tennessee, located on the south side of Mullins Station Road, approximately 650 feet east of the center line of Mullins Station Road, extended to the city of Memphis for the use and benefit of the Memphis Light, Gas, and Water Division for nominal consideration for its provision of utility services and maintenance thereof, sponsored by Commissioner McWright. Item 26 is a resolution approving a contract with Barnes & Brower, Inc. in an amount not to exceed $334,832 for renovation of Highland Oaks Park, and further approving an appropriation of $65,168 for in-house managed renovations for a total appropriation not to exceed $400,000. This item requires the appropriation of FY 2026 Capital Improvement Plan budget funds in an amount not to exceed $400,000, sponsored by Commissioner McWright and Commissioner Erica Schumann. Item 27 is a resolution approving a contract between Shelby County Government and VSC Fire and Security, Inc. in an amount not to exceed $107,215.90. This contract will commence upon execution and continue through June 30th, 2026. This item requires the appropriation of FY 2026 Capital Improvement Plan budget funds in an amount not to exceed $107,215.90, sponsored by Commissioner McWright. Item 28 is a resolution appropriating Capital Improvement Plan CIP funds in the amount of $1,400,000 and approving a piggyback contract with Path Company LLC in an amount not to exceed $1,400,000 for the installation of a solar panel array at the new Mental Health Safety and Justice Center at 6435 Moen Station Road. This item requires the appropriation of FY 2026 CIP funds in an amount not to exceed $1,400,000, sponsored by Commissioner McWright. Item 29 is a resolution approving a 5-year lease agreement between Shelby County Government and Arlington Arsenal Baseball, Inc., a Tennessee nonprofit corporation, to lease Bolton Park in the county of Shelby and the state of Tennessee for in-kind services, allowing the organization to operate, maintain, make improvements to, and utilize for its youth baseball games, practices, and tournaments. This resolution does not require expenditure of Shelby County general funds, sponsored by Commissioner McWright. Items 30 through 32, 34, 36 through 42 come from the Milton Community Enhancement Grants Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Thornton. Item 30 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $10,000 to Habitat for Humanity of Greater Memphis, Inc., a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $10,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford, Jr. Item 31 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $5,000 to Crook Boga Foundation Community Development Corporation, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $5,000 in the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Eric Sugarman. Item 32 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $27,500 to Heal the Hood Foundation of Memphis, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $27,500 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Eric Sugarman and Commissioner Brittany Thornton. Item 34 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $10,000 to Greater Harvest Economic Outreach Community Development Corporation, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $10,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs. Item 36 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $55,000 to Connected Hearts in partnership with PMI Memphis, Tennessee chapter, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $55,000 from the $55,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Brittany Thornton. Item 37 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $12,500 to the Memphis Challenge, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $12,500 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Chairwoman Shante K. Avant and Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs. Item 38 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $10,000 to A Better Whitehaven, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $10,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Matthew T. Shalai. Item 39 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $5,000 to Memphis Essential Millennials, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $5,000 in the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Brittany Thornton. Item 40 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $5,000 to Helping Young People Excel, HYPE, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $5,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Amber Mills. Item 41 is the resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $10,000 to Mario Reed Foundation, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $10,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Amber Mills. Item 42 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $2,500 to University District, Inc., a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $2,500 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Brittany Thornton.
For motion? I have a motion by Vice Chair Bradford, a second by Commissioner Caswell. Before we go to the vote, there was one public comment card for an item that was not pulled off of the consent agenda, so I want to allow Mr. Jason Sharif an opportunity to come speak. Mr. Sharif, and for all those who are pulled a public comment card, because of the number of cards that we have, I'm going to allow only 2 minutes. We have quite a few that want to speak tonight.
All right, good afternoon. Jason Sharif, 1210 Southland Mall, Memphis, Tennessee, 38116. I'm the founder and executive director of A Better Whitehaven. We are a member-based organization whose mission is to support our member network to increase collective impact and improve the quality of life in Whitehaven. We have 16 member organizations that work across our 4 collective impact goals for Whitehaven, which is quality early learning, living wage careers, safe neighborhoods, and stable housing. I want to thank Commissioner Matthew Salai for sponsoring this resolution to award this funding to A Better Whitehaven to help support our work and increasing collective impact and getting our organizations in Whitehaven to work more collaboratively together instead of in silos. And I just hope the rest of the commission will support it too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharif. Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen for a vote. Madam Clerk, please report the vote. Did all commissioners get a chance to vote on the consent agenda? All present? Please report.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Wiley, Caswell, Shalai, Wright, Brooks, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avant. We have 7 aye votes.
That motion passes. Parliamentarian, please read item. Yes, we'll go ahead. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. We have so many public comment cards that we need to go ahead. They're general, so we want to go ahead and give those a chance. If, as I call your name, please come to the microphone. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. Say your name and your zip code for the record. Darius Ford. Darius Ford. Tykees Broadnecks. Please forgive if I mispronounce. If you could just state your name and zip code for the record.
Tykees Broadnecks, 38128.
You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, Commissioners, and distinguished guests. My name is Tykees Broadnecks, and I'm the founder and executive director of University Family CDC. I'm honored to stand before you today and express my sincere gratitude for Shelby County's investment in our organization and the families that we serve. Because of the county's support, University Family CDC, Embassy Church Memphis, and LifeWise Academy has been able to expand our impact and strengthen our efforts to improve public safety, educational outcomes, economic mobility, public health, housing stability, and overall quality of life for residents throughout Shelby County. Your investment has allowed us to provide meaningful opportunities and critical resources to children, youth, families, and seniors in our community. It is through LifeWise Academy, Shelby County, TN, that we serve 709 children across 12 schools within Memphis, Shelby County schools, Collierville, Germantown, a municipality. During the school hours, students receive Bible education, support, character development, social-emotional growth, positive decision-making, and strong moral values. It was through our after-school program that we served 55 young people, providing academic support, mentorship, literacy enrichment, and a safe environment during out-of-school hours. We also served 1,767 nutritional snacks, 1,649 suppers to help address food insecurities for participating youth. This work was made possible because of an investment. Through our apprenticeship program, we was able to serve 25 young people by connecting them with hands-on experience and career exploitation opportunities across 2 work sites. In addition, our food distribution and family support initiative served more than 500 families, 300 senior citizens throughout Shelby County. Through partnerships, community collaboration, we were able to do this, and we thank you for your investment.
Thank you, Ms. Broadnecks. Our next speaker, William Young. Mr. Young, if you could state your name and zip code for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is William Young, and my zip code is 38116. And I'm here to speak in support of community violence intervention. This work is personal to me because I'm a survivor of gun violence, and I was shot 5 times. And I had a colostomy bag, and I had to learn how to walk again, and it took me 2.5 years to recover. And throughout that time period of my life, all I could think about was, vengeance and violence. But because of the support and the services that I received, such as, clinical therapy and life coaching, it created a shift in my mindset. And I chose peace and, forgiveness instead of retaliation. And it's not just me, I wasn't the only one impacted and affected by things like this and these services that I received. And if we are serious about ending gun violence in Shelby County, then we must invest in the people and the programs who are doing the work every day to build safer communities in our city for our residents. And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Young. And just as a reminder to the audience, if you would like to do thumbs up or thumbs down, if in how you want to support an item, thumbs up or thumbs down. I appreciate all the thumbs up. Thank you, Mr. Young. Marcus Ellis. Mr. Ellis, if you could state your name and zip code, you'll have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Marcus Ellis. As it relates to my zip code, I am from Washington, D.C., 20772. I'm here. I serve as the Deputy Director of Cities United. Cities United is a national organization where our vision is to create safe, healthy, and hopeful communities for young Black men and boys and their families. Our mission is to support a national network of mayors and other local leaders. This work may not always make headlines. In actuality, it rarely receives the recognition it deserves. Yet every day in neighborhoods, schools, community centers, and churches, on street corners right here in Memphis, people like the superheroes behind me are serving and interrupting cycles of violence, restoring hope, and creating pathways for young Black men and boys to thrive. Organizations such as Hope Beyond Barriers and Operation Take Back 901 and Trap Evolution 901 and Heal 901 are doing the hard work that saves lives. Supported by the Joint Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, there is something powerful happening in Memphis. Cities United has made a tremendous investment in the work here in Memphis. Over the course of the last year, Cities United has invested $50,000 to your community-based organizations, $7,500 to support your young leaders, and $11,000 to Black-owned small businesses, as well as $2,500 to CVI training, totaling $71,000 in total. From October 20th to 23rd, Cities United is hosting its 13th annual convening here in Memphis. Over 1,500 practitioners will visit your city for celebrating and best describing a memorable, connected, and purposeful event. The convening honors the lives and loss of those impacted by homicides and gun violence through commitment, dedication towards redefining public safety. We are looking forward to partnering with you then as well. And so in closing, I just want to say thank you to these superheroes behind me. They don't always wear capes. Some of them wear orange shirts. Thank you.
Thank you. Thumbs up, thumbs down. All right. Laramie Wheeler, you could come forward. And I just want to give a heads up to the other folks right behind Ms. Wheeler, Susan Neely Barnes, and then Catherine Baker.
Good afternoon. Laramie Wheeler. I work for Just City. 38107 is my zip code. Another person died while in custody at 201 Poplar on June 3rd. His name was Coltrane Pondexter. The sheriff's office states that he had a medical emergency and later died at the hospital. The majority of the deaths we are seeing in the jail come from medical emergencies or from people being found unresponsive. And my question, and I speak for a lot of us, is what does that mean? What does it mean for someone to be found unresponsive? What does it mean for this situation for almost every person who dies in the jail? What does it mean? to be found unresponsive. Coltral's family still does not know what happened to him. He was a father of 3 children. I actually had a coffee with his partner the other day. He never missed an appointment. He never missed an event. And he was in jail for theft of less than $1,000 on a $3,500 bond. And now he's gone. He had not even made it to court yet. Sheriff Bonner often blames pre-existing conditions for people who die while in custody, but everyone has a right to adequate health care regardless of their pre-existing conditions. How long does it take for people to be medically evaluated? Why do people keep dying? Why do grievances sit in a box for weeks? It's budget season, and we are asking this body as well as the purchasing committee when the time comes to make sure that you are choosing the very best of the bidders for the new healthcare provider in our correctional system. Everyone deserves to be safe in government custody. Everyone has a right to adequate health care. These people are all connected to your communities that you represent in this body. Please do what is best for them. Thank you.
Susan Neely Barnes.
Hi, I'm Susan Neely Barnes. My zip code is 38117, and I'm here to read the names of some of the people we lost inside of Shelby County Jail from 2018 to present. Donald Jones, Roy Dunbar, Jerome Given, Carl Ewing, Stephen Gomez, who was only 20 years old, Suntress Trailer, Larry Gilliam, Justin Brewer, Jeffrey Farrell, James Owens, Darrell Tyrone Young, Dalton Goddard, Antonio First, and then from Jail East, Kimberly Clark and Tiffany Dukes. These people are more than just case members. They have families, friends, and communities. It is this body's responsibility to make decisions based on what is best for constituents, not just to cut costs, but to save lives. Therefore, I urge you to move forward with the healthcare bidder who ranks first on the evaluation scorecard, prioritizing clinical capability over the lowest price tag. We cannot allow the lowest bid to become the default when it compromises care. We demand a statutory requirement that provider selection prioritizes clinical outcomes and capability over the cost. I urge you to move forward with the healthcare bidder, whoever that is, who ranks first on the evaluation scorecard. Thank you very much.
Catherine Baker. Your name and zip code, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Baker. My zip code is 38104. This is my first time commenting at a county commission meeting, and I thank you for the opportunity. As a community, when we exercise our authority to detain someone, we also assume a collective responsibility over that person's life and well-being. These individuals are not just remanded to our custody, they are entrusted to our care. Proper care for those in jail means refusing to outsource their health care and food services to vendors whose standards are so low, the products and services they provide have degraded Shelby County Jail's living conditions into dying conditions. These names represent just 1/3 of the people who have died in our community's care over the past 8 years. Joseph Johnson, Bobby Sellers, Charles Johnson, Timothy Black, Christopher Miller, Kenneth Melton, Nicholas Dancy, Alex Winrick, Robert Turner, Denny Fugat, William Trentham, Jonathan Anguiano, Lamont Cummins, George DeClue, Tracy Gill, Sam Carr, Tommy Young, Michael McCabe, Wesley Joyner, Justin Lee Segerson, Kevin Wright, Lawrence Sumlin. On behalf of the 22 people just remembered, the 44 others who have died in our jail since 2018, and the countless neighbors who have lost a loved one solely due to our continued negligence, Just City asks the Commission to establish a statutory requirement that provider selection prioritizes clinical outcomes and capability over cost. And we urge you to move forward with the healthcare bidder who ranks first on the evaluation scorecard. Thank you for your service and for your action to prevent further loss of life in our community.
Our next public speaker is Kaya Lewis. Following will be Josh Spickler and Kay Durrell Cowan.
Hello, my name is Kaya Lewis. I'm the Bail Fund and Court Watch Program Manager at Just City. My zip code is 38104. I'm here to read the names of people we lost inside the jail at Shelby County Jail, 2018 to 2026. Antonio Davis, Desmond Shipp, Stanley Campbell, Gershon Freeman, Damarian Walker, Ladre Isabel, Clintus Strong, Christopher Petties, Avon Rollins, Antonio Golden, Dion Bird, Jerome Mimes, DeMarcus Jarrett, Richard Willingham, Darian Nolan, Darian Crawford, Courtney Berry, Daniel Neal, Sherman Weekly, Marcel Hutton, and Raymond McGee. We demand a statutory requirement that provider selection prioritizes clinical outcomes and capability over cost. I urge you to move forward with the healthcare bidder who ranks first on the evaluation scorecard.
Josh Spickler.
Thank you. I'm Josh Spickler. I'm the Executive Director at Just City. I just want to say before I start, it's my honor to stand up here with my teammates at Just City, with a board member from Just City. At the end of a fiscal year, I thought it important to come down and mark the occasion and to tell you that we'll be here next fiscal year, and we'll be here speaking these names and asking for your help as long as we need to be. I'm going to read the following, the remaining names of the people we lost inside the
Mr.
jail.
Spickler, could you state your zip code for the
Sorry,
record?
yes ma'am, I'm 38103.
Thank you.
Martin Perez Estrada, Richard Higgs, Malcolm Ford, Tyrus Watkins, James Wilkes, Christopher Steele, Raquez McDaniel. Just a week and a half ago, on June 3rd, Coltrell Pondexter. This is a portion of a letter, now I'm going to read, that we received last week from inside the jail. Please help us as soon as possible, hearing faces and seeing voices all over again. Sad, anxious, and humble. Need to see a dentist, my face is hurting so bad, can't eat. Need something with protein. Please help us. T-shirts, boxers, underwear, socks, soap, toothpaste, deodorant, toothbrush. I can't afford it. I hope the jail will help. Like the speakers before me, I remind you that we cannot allow the lowest bid to become the default when it compromises care. We want a statutory requirement that provider selection prioritizes outcomes over capability. Prioritizes outcomes and capability over cost. Select a jail health care bidder who ranks first on the evaluation scorecard. Thank you.
Kay Durrell Cowan. Mr. Cowan, if you could just, state your name and your zip code for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Most definitely. This is Kay Durrell Cowan, 38116. First of all, thank you all so much for your service to the citizens of Memphis and Shelby County. Thank you for what you're doing for the residents that also live inside of those respective municipalities inside of this county. Today, I'm standing before this body with a serious ask. Are we ready to do something different in Shelby County? In the last meeting I was in, one thing that I heard clearly, even from your own finance office, is that this body starts off short every year of the funds that it needs within itself. It's time to do something different. How do you start off needing a loan for yourself and not think about doing something to rectify that within this body? Then we have new offices that we set up that is making tremendous strides. When you see the reduction of violence in the community, it's because not only me, but all of my superhero cousins that are sitting behind me in orange, that dedicate their lives every day to making sure that others who are suffering have the hope necessary to know that a better day is coming. See, when you deal with the trauma that is experienced inside of my community, what ends up happening is when things happen, you end up responding in a way that is unnatural for you due to the trauma you've experienced. So the violence that you see is people that are literally crying out for attention. There's an African proverb that says that if children do not feel the love of their village, that they will burn it down to feel its warmth. It has nothing to do with the temperature of the summer outside right now. It has something to do with the decisions that are being made in bodies such as this. When we're looking at the state takeover of everything that's out of our county, we can only say that we're preparing for the state takeover of Memphis and Shelby County and making a municipal government. What are we going to do right here, right now, to prevent that? It has nothing to do with what's going on federally with them taking away the district of the congressional 9th district. It's about what are we going to do about this body right here that is responsible for the citizens of Shelby County as a whole. Are we ready to do something different? We're showing you the results. Invest in the office that you made. The Joint Office of Neighborhood Safety has done all of the things necessary to vet the organizations that are doing the work. Now it's time for this body to fund the office so the work can continue. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Leon Jones, followed by Benji Smith and Effie Johnson.
Leon Jones, 38128. I want to say hello to the commission. Thank all of you so much for your hard work in making decisions to support this community. Our city, our county, we need you. We are so grateful even for my commissioner that supports us all the time, and many of you support us at Light at Night. Just want to say to you, Mr. Robert, I just called him, was living in the woods from 18 to 28 because he aged out of foster care. And so he showed up to Light at Night one night where we do basketball 8 to midnight. He was hungry, we fed him. He was dirty, we gave him a shower. Now we've gotten him a job. He's went from making no money to $20 an hour because of our forklift certification program. And now he's living in a room. Yeah, it's not a house, but it's better than living in the woods in a tent. And so these are the situations that our young people are in this city. Our county is terrible when it comes to homelessness and youth. And even all of the ages are not cute and cuddly, but they're also critical. And we really need this body to do what it needs to do to support the organizations that are doing the work. These people are in a critical state. Everybody's not lazy. Everybody just don't have opportunity. And so we're trying our best to create the opportunities to help the individuals in our city and our county. Now here's a proverb that says that a hungry man can't hear. He has no ears. And so until we feed the least, the last, and the lost, the violence won't stop.
Thank you, Pastor Jones. Benji Smith.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Benji Smith, 38111. Hello, Commissioners. I'm here again on behalf of Later Skaters Memphis and the kids of District 12. Over a year ago, you all agreed to match federal funds that have already been deposited for a new one-of-a-kind skate park in Hickory Hill. Mayor Harris must sign off to release that check. Per email that was written over a month ago, it is coming. Literally, the check's in the mail. The initial delay of more than a year has resulted in an increase in the final cost of approximately $80,000. We have found businesses and private citizens willing to donate towards closing that gap, but none of them will do so until the county deposits the promised funds. I have, for the last 2 years, listened to the majority of every commission meeting. I do so from my office live. What I have noticed is the number of things that get funded, get approved in this room, but they don't necessarily ever get the money that is promised. This is as clean a thing as you could possibly find. We are 100% volunteer. I have put an inordinate amount of time into trying to link all of the people for this particular project. It is an absolutely clean project. I'm begging you to please take care of that. Also, on a side note, thank you, Commissioner Caswell, as I reached out recently about a porta potty for the skate park. at Raleigh Springs, thank you. I will have those numbers together for you within 8 days. We'll get that knocked out. That's all I have to say today. Thank you.
Effie Johnson.
Thank you to each of you and what you do every day. On behalf of Neighborhood Christian Centers, I want to just say that we want to express
Ms. Johnson, if you
Yes,
could
I'm
state your
sorry.
zip code.
Effie Johnson, 38107.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to express how deeply NCC appreciates this council and the leadership you have shown, especially Charlie Caswell and the work you've done with us. Addressing gun violence and the retaliatory activity in our city could not be done without partners like we have behind us, especially those who work with Memphis Allies, 911 Block Squad, and all the others that have supported the real work that's on the ground. At NCC, our mission is to serve our neighbors in need. Each year we have the privilege of walking alongside 32,000 neighbors in need through wraparound services and case management, after-school programs and summer camps offered at no cost to those children and adults. Access to safety, support, and opportunity should never depend on income. It depends on us working together. To be clear, some of the most important people in our city are gathered behind me today. These are men and women who show up every day in the hardest places, building relationships, interrupting cycles of violence, supporting families, and offering our young people and those in need of this type of help the help they need. They don't think twice about it. They're willing to step into it. So your continued support of programs like violence interruption, intervention, wraparound services, and out-of-school programs are meaningful and hopeful. It is making a real difference in the lives of our neighbors. I want to say again, thank you so much for what you're doing. I thank God for what these people are doing because they are doing good work. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Delvin Lane and John Gilliam. Mr. Lane, if you could state your name and zip code for the record.
Yes, Delvin Lane, 38141. I am the Executive Director of the 901 Block Squad. And Block stands for Better Lives, Opportunities, but the last thing is communities. And as I look across this panel that the commission sit on, you all are the community. You guys have been affected by gun violence. You guys have mentored. You guys have prayed. You guys have funded the work for years. And we've been on the ground since 2012 here in Memphis. And as we continue to work through our neighborhoods and city and county, we need the support from you all. I have 4 of the most violent citizens of Memphis sitting back here with 901 Block Squad shirts on. And for the last few years, they have been transformed through ROCA training, through all kind of training you can think of, trauma-informed care, ACEs training, in order to make a difference here in our county. Without the funding and help from you guys, no telling what these people have to do to make ends meet, to pay bills, to take care of their kids, to feed their families. So as I look across, I see, all the names of people that's been laboring with us for the past few years on the commission. And so we beg and plead that you guys continue to think and pray about ways to fund this work. The Joint Office has been instrumental in helping us break down silos. We don't really hear that word anymore because we all work in collaboration with each other. We lock in arm by arm, but we can't do it without your funding. So please consider funding this work. Thank you.
John Gilliam.
Hey, how you doing? My name is John Gilliam, and I represent 38116. I'm here on account of Hill 901. I want to talk about myself because I was a person that needed help. I was the person that came to them for help. So when I came to them, they came with open arms. They did everything that I asked them for. They listened to me. They pretty much was there. They called me every day. And right now, I want to say, right now, I'm the one helping the youth. Now, I'm pretty much with Hill 901 right now. And I had my first incident with the youth yesterday, and he was like trying to be a part of something in the streets that he didn't pretty much need. He was trying to be a part of the organization, which I used to be a part of back then, which I changed myself. But now I had a chance to actually sit with a young guy, talk to him, and it turns out he come from a good home, good mother making good money. he actually has made a video game that actually have 7,000 players actually buying his game on a daily basis. So when I got a chance to sit down and talk to him, I tried to, man, I saw in him that the streets is not for you. But I told him, do not destroy your life. I wish I had somebody long time ago to teach me and sit down and talk to me about the things I did wrong. But now I can get it back to the community. So Hill 901, that's a great place that helped me. So now it's time for me to help someone else. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gillum. Carla Holloway. Ms. Holloway, if you could state your name and zip code for the record, you'll have 2 minutes.
Carla Holloway, 38002. Thanks for all you all have done to fund education for Shelby County's youngest citizens. For the 2026-2027 school year, Memphis Shelby County Schools is projecting a total student enrollment of 103,553 students. This reflects a year-over-year decrease of roughly 2,350 students, or 2.2% of student enrollment compared to the first 20 days of last school year. The ongoing decline in student population, part of a trend that has seen enrollment drop by more than 9% over the past decade, has influenced the district's financial planning. To mitigate the funding impacts of the decrease, the district proposed a $1.7 billion budget for the 2026 school year, which includes a 2% staff reduction and plans for targeted school consolidation. With the decrease in enrollment and funding, I'm concerned about the added burden of compensation for the Oversight Board. Who is responsible for the salaries of the board, and will it cause an added burden on Shelby County taxpayers? My final question, are any of you aware of the procurement process the state executed to acquire the accounting firm that conducted the audit at a cost of $6 million that led to the appointment of the Oversight Board?
Okay, we'll now move to items. Yeah, we're going to take these 2 items out of order just because they probably will go a lot quicker than some of the others that might need more discussion. So we'll read item 57, 58.
Madam Chair, point of information, if I could just say something real quick. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank those who came down today to speak out on behalf of gun violence in our community. We know this is Gun Violence Awareness Month, and we appreciate the work that you do. I have spoken with many of you all who deal with the trauma of showing up at those murders, at those scenes, and have to return back home without the resources to get your own mental health capacity to take care of. So thank you all for serving our community. We heard also from those who represent what's happening in the jail. And many of these individuals are working with individuals to keep them out of that system because we know what's happening in there. We got to figure out as a county how we do both and how we make sure, and again, Just City, you all, the work that you all are doing is honorable. Appreciate what y'all doing. Continue to bring that to our remembrance so we can address it in a better way. One thing that keeps me up at night is how you talked about the one therapist per 1,400 individuals that's sitting in that 201 jail, knowing that many more need those services and support. So hopefully what this county is proposing, doing with our mental health facility will help some of that. But it's these individuals that's on our streets every day doing this work that's going to continue to mitigate what's happening with individuals headed to jail. So thank you all. Our prayers are with you all. Continue up the great work that you do.
Okay, parliamentarian, please read item 50. Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to thank everyone here. I've seen a number of leaders that I've worked alongside. I just want to put something on y'all's radars. In the neighborhoods and zip codes that you're within, can you just be in tune with neighborhood associations? If the neighborhoods that you represent don't have neighborhood associations, I think that's a great opportunity for you to be able to support the work that you do. Thank you.
Parliamentarian, read item 57, please.
Item 57 comes from the Milton Community Enhancement Grants Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Thornton. Item 57 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $50,000 to Memphis Council Navy League of the United States, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $50,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Amber Mills. This item was sent down without recommendation in June 10th, 2026 committee meeting.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Bradford, a second by Commissioner Whaley. Commissioner Thornton, can I get a committee report?
This item comes down without recommendation.
Commissioner Brooks, you're recognized.
I have a question, Madam Chair. So that I can cast an informed vote, I'd like to ask the sponsor through the chair, what is this program?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Brooks, you might have to repeat. I think there was a little noise, and I don't know that she heard. Could you repeat your question?
If the sponsor through the chair could give us some information about this program. What does this program do?
The U.S. Navy League, this is bringing in a monument. It'll be the 6th in the nation, and Millington will have, with this funds, it helps them bring a monument to Millington. They beat out Manhattan, Philadelphia, I think Anchorage, Alaska, it's a memorial recognizing the lone sailor, our sailors. And as you know, the Navy base is in Millington.
Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I always like to know how I'm voting, and I try not to make a mistake. And with this, I do not want to make a mistake, because anytime we're recognizing individuals who serve this country, then when we have that opportunity, we need to do so. However, it should not be lost upon us the number of Black individuals who serve this country, whose names have been erased from naval vehicles, buildings, vessels, all the way from Harriet Tubman to one of their own, Republican, Colin Powell. However, as I said earlier, anytime an individual serves this country, gives their life for this country, I respect that. So I will not denigrate myself to the level of Republicans by not voting for this. But I don't want it to be lost on us what they have done. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen for a vote. Madam Clerk, please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Sugarman, Mills, Wright, Thornton, Brooks, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avant. We have 9 aye votes.
That motion passes. Parliamentarian, please read item 58.
Item 58 comes from the Milton Community Enhancement Grants Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Thornton. Item 58 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $40,000 to Trinity Holistic Intervention Services, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $40,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Brittany Thornton. This item was an add-on in June 10th, 2026 committee meeting.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Bradford, a second by Commissioner Whaley. Commissioner Thornton, can I get a committee report?
This item comes down with favorable recommendation.
Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen for a vote. Madam Clerk, please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Sugarman, Mills, Shalai, Wright, Thornton, Brooks, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avant. We have 10 aye votes.
That motion passes. Parliamentarian, please read item 14.
Item 14 comes from the Budget and Finance Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Whaley. Item 14 is a resolution amending the fiscal year FY 2026 operating budget to reallocate commission grant funds from Gun Down and Orange Mound to the School Seed Foundation. This item requires a reallocation of $50,000 from FY 2026 commission grant funds, sponsored by Commissioner Brittany Thornton.
I have a motion by Commissioner Sugarman, a second by Vice Chair Bradford. Seeing no commissioners in the queue, please prepare the screen for a vote. My apologies. Commissioner Whaley, can I get a committee report?
Yes, it came down with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner Whaley. Please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Sugarman, Shalai, Wright, Thornton, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avant. We have 8 aye votes.
That motion passes. Parliamentarian, please read item 15.
Item 15 comes from the Budget and Finance Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Whaley. Item 15 is a resolution amending the fiscal year FY 2026 operating budget to reallocate commission grant funds from Melrose Alumni Association to the Creators of Memphis. This item requires a reallocation of $250,000 from FY 2026 commission grant funds, sponsored by Commissioner Brittany Thornton.
Have a motion by Vice Chair Bradford, second by Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Whaley, can I have a committee report?
Yes, this item comes with a favorable recommendation.
Seeing no commissioners in the queue, please prepare the screen for a vote. Madam Clerk, please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Sugarman, Shalai, Wright, Thornton, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avant. We have 7 aye votes.
That motion passes. Parliamentarian, please read item 20.
Item 20 comes from the General Government Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Brooks. Item 20 is a resolution urging the Shelby County Election Commission to disseminate updated congressional district information to ensure the education of Shelby County voters on changes to congressional districting across Tennessee, sponsored by Chairwoman Shantae K. Avant.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Bradford, a second by Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Brooks, can I get a committee report?
Yes, ma'am, this item came down with a favorable recommendation.
Okay, I have one comment card for this item. Richard Massey.
Good evening, Commission. Richard Massey, 38111. After the Calais decision eviscerated Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, advocates warned of the imminent elimination of majority black districts everywhere in the country, and therefore the destruction of black political power in the South. Thus far, majority-minority districts have been cracked and fragmented in Alabama, Florida, Louisiana, and in Tennessee. Memphis and Shelby County has largely had its own congressional district since 1925, intended to reflect the unique needs, values, and interests of Tennessee's largest county and second largest city. Splitting that extensive district into 3 was a deliberate attempt at silencing voters and prompting education gaps that prevent voters from understanding where to go and what to do next. Here is our opportunity to fill in the gaps. By passing this resolution, We are urging the use of reimbursable state funds to disseminate critical voter information amidst an effort to silence and eliminate our representation in Congress. If possible, we could also allocate rapid response funds in the form of community grants to local organizations devoted to disseminating voter programming, resources, and support during this time. By informing people of their new congressional districts, we're preventing large-scale voter confusion and continued voter apathy in a county that already grapples with the reality of discouraged voters. Now, the very system that voters are discouraged with partaking in is working against them and erasing the hard-fought representation that was paid for by the blood, sweat, and tears of our ancestors who dared to push for equitable access to the ballot box. The lifeline of democracy in Tennessee runs through this body on this very day. Pass this resolution when it's heard, and do the necessary things to sustain our voter education system here in Shelby County. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Massey. Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so we asked Administrator Linda Phillips a series of questions. I have not received any responses, and I was just wondering if my colleagues have received any responses. One of which was, will we be reimbursed from the state? Because we as a commission have had a conversation about sending letters, emails, etc., to all of the constituents who have been impacted, because there is a lot of confusion. Some of the constituents may feel that, you know, they are still in District 9, and some don't know. And so again, to avoid all this confusion, I know the commission discussed on the Wednesday's meeting that we asked Administrator Phillips that, as well as a series of other questions. For example, she stated on record there are 14 full-time employees, and I understand that they should be divided up equally between Democrats and Republicans, and et cetera. And I have not received any comments or answers from the administrator. And I have a question to the attorneys through the chair. When we have appointed officials that do not respond or try to deflect or try to say it's another division's responsibility, et cetera, what options do we have as a commission? Because since I've been a commissioner, I'm seeing it's getting worse and worse and worse. So what are in our, you know, toolbox, the things we can do? Maybe write-ups, or what are things that we can do as a commission when people fail to respond?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. The response to that question varies based on the facts. Who are the participants? What is the request? So there's a wide variety of options. I welcome the chance to talk with you about those options offline.
Thank you. And so again, I have sent Administrator Phillips as well as other individuals, especially when it's budgetary times, and these same individuals will come before us asking for additional funds but do not want to answer. And so many times people wonder why we question so much. It's because we're not afforded the opportunity to vet independently. Even with the budget, there are so many gaps. But we have this budget we have to approve. And so again, to taxpayers, we do have a fiduciary responsibility. And so maybe we need to start taking action as a commission, because it's very difficult when we are requested and required to, especially when it's budgetary time and we're asking for specific information. I only know of one division so far, that's the Sheriff's Department. When we ask questions, they submit answers in a timely fashion. So again, this is very frustrating. And to my constituents, you know, I'm doing the best that I can. It would be great if we could fill this room with individuals from all 13 districts on the last day, the 29th. Thank you.
Commissioner Brooks?
Thank you. I want to follow up my colleague regarding her comments in reference to the Election Commission and what they plan to do. I had a conversation with Linda Phillips, and if I recall correctly, Mr. Massey, I believe she's going to send out 400,000 notices, which does not cover the number of people who are redistricted within the 3 districts. I'm very concerned about that. So again, I know you asked about options that we always have, even though it's not in the bill, It's not mandated. We still have the option of reviewing their budget. They are going to be reimbursed by the state for some expenditures, but if the activity that they take do not adequately notify voters, what they tell us they're going to do does not adequately notify voters, then I think we have an opportunity to review their budget. There are precincts that will be split. That was not mentioned and talked about. People need to be notified. We have what's called a inactive voters list. Those individuals need to be contacted and given an opportunity to not be purged. They are inactive right now, so we need to let them know where they are, 3, 5, or 8, and let them take some action before they're purged. So it's quite a few activities. And I'm not saying that that alleviates us from doing anything, but the Election Commission has that role and responsibility when there are changes made. So I'd like to see us review their budget, make another request and review their budget, and make sure it's in alignment with a favorable response to our request. Thank you, ma'am.
Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you. And so this is to Commissioner Brooks through the chair. So my question then becomes, let's say Administrator Phillips does not come back to us with an answer regarding reimbursements. It would behoove us as a commission, then maybe we could send out a bid for an organization to do what's required, or what our request is. If she's not willing to do what we ask her to do, then maybe why not just send it out as a bid and maybe look at the costs? Because my thing is, I don't want to lose this opportunity because there is so much confusion and people are looking to us as commissioners, as a board, for guidance. And if she's not willing to send it out to these individuals because she is afraid of not being reimbursed by the state, that's one thing. But I do know there is a $2 million reimbursement already in her budget, and I don't understand why she cannot use part of that $2 million that's already in her budget. And that is from past reimbursements, my understanding. Thank you.
Commissioner Sugarman, would you like to make a motion to defer this to a later commission meeting to give time for the responses from the Election Commission?
So moved.
Okay, a motion by Commissioner Sugarman, a second by Commissioner Brooks. Can we do that without objection? Seeing none, so moved. We're deferring to the committee meeting. No, committee. Refer to, I'm sorry, could you clarify the motion? Refer to committee?
Refer to the next committee meeting.
The next committee meeting being on June 24th.
Thank you.
That was a motion by, refer by Commissioner Sugarman, second by Commissioner Brooks, and we're doing that without objection. Thanks. So moved. Parliamentarian, please read item 33.
Item 33 comes from the Milton Community Enhancement Grants Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Thornton. Item 33 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $12,500 to Collierville Rotary Foundation, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $12,500 from the Milton Community Enhancement Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford, Jr.
I have a motion by Commissioner Bradford, a second by Commissioner Caswell. Commissioner Thornton, could I have a committee report? Is there someone else that was in committee that could? I think I was in committee for this. I think this came down with a favorable recommendation. Seeing no commissioners in the queue, please prepare the screen for a vote. Madam Clerk, please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Mills, Shalai, Wright, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avent. Commissioner Morrison has abstained. We have 8 ayes and 1 abstain.
That motion passes. Parliamentarian, please read item 35.
Item 35 comes from the Milton Community Enhancement Grants Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Thornton. Item 35 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2026 operating budget in the amount of $10,000 to 180 Degrees Ministries, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $10,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Amber Mills.
I have a motion by Commissioner Sugarman, second by Commissioner Wright. Commissioner Thornton is not here. This did come down with a favorable recommendation. Madam Clerk, seeing no commissioners in the queue, please prepare the screen for a vote. Please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Caswell, Sugarman, Mills, Shalai, Wright, and Chairwoman Avent. Commissioners Morrison and Brooks have abstained. Have 7 ayes and 2 abstain.
That motion passes. Parliamentarian, we're going to move a little bit out of order. If we could call item 47.
Item 47 comes from the Budget and Finance Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Whaley. Item 47 is a resolution amending the fiscal year 2026 operating budget to reallocate and appropriate $4,933,977 from the general fund unassigned fund balance to fund public safety expenses, including overtime payments, operational materials, and unanticipated food service costs. This item requires the reallocation and appropriation of general fund unassigned fund balance in the amount of $4,933,977, sponsored by Commissioner McWright and Commissioner Amber Mills. This item does not meet requirements of permanent rules. It was substituted and sent down without recommendation in June 10th, 2026 committee meeting.
All right. I have a motion by Commissioner Whaley, a second by Commissioner Mills. Can I get a motion to suspend the rules because this does not meet the requirement? I have a motion by Commissioner Thornton, second by Commissioner Bradford. Can we do that without objection? Okay, this item is properly before us. Commissioner Whaley, could I have a committee report?
Yes, this was sent down without recommendation.
Okay. I have a public comment card. Ms. Lindsay?
Thank you, Chairwoman Avent. Alicia Lindsay, 38103. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I would like to briefly clarify a matter that arose during the June 10th Budget and Finance Committee meeting regarding the proposed $6 million resolution for the Shelby County Sheriff's Office. I also sent you all an email. It was addressed to Chairwoman Avent, but the rest of you were copied, along with attachments for your review. On June 1st, Director Tipton and I reached a tentative agreement on the financial figures associated with this request. However, as Chief Administrative Officer, I serve at the will and pleasure of an elected constitutional officer. So before presenting any agreement to this body, I have an obligation to consult with Sheriff Bonner and our legal counsel to ensure the proposal aligned with the sheriff's position and the legal interests of our office. So for that reason, on June 1st, I needed additional time to speak with Sheriff Bonner as well as our legal counsel. My actions were not intended to delay or alter the agreement, but to simply fulfill my professional responsibilities. I also want to emphasize that my character, my credibility, my ethics, and my integrity are extremely important to me. Therefore, I was disappointed by the comments made during the Budget and Finance Committee that may have suggested that I was not forthcoming regarding the status or the amount of the resolution that was before you on June 10th. The documentation provided to you reflects the agreement that Director Tipton and I reached, as well as the amount. And that resolution, as well as the previous resolution, the $18,015,000, included service weapons and ammunition. The revisions made between June 1st and June 9th were simply intended or solely intended to provide greater transparency, to show that our original budget for overtime was $11.7 million. Amendments year to date were $11.3 million, and overtime spent year to date through April 30th was $21.7 million. It was not until June 9th that I was informed that the ammunition, well, not the ammunition, but the service weapons were no longer supported. So although the Budget and Finance Committee on Wednesday voted to remove both the service weapons and ammunition from the resolution, I remain hopeful that the full commission will evaluate the full $6 million resolution and the supporting documentation that I provided to you and consider it on its merits. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Madam Clerk, seeing no commissioners in the queue, could you please prepare the screen for a vote? Okay, Commissioner Mills?
I tried to get in. I would like to hear a little more from someone who can speak to the weapons and ammunition that were cut from this. And if you could explain why that is so important to you all and why it's necessary and why it cannot wait.
Yes, Chuck Mays, Assistant Chief Deputy, Shelby County Sheriff's Office of our Special Operations and Training Division. So the current service weapons we have now are approaching 10 years old. And as I explained in the committee meeting, law enforcement weapons are graded or judged, if you will, differently than your typical firearm because of the amount they're carried every day in and out of the weather. So 5 to 8 years is the time that we want to start replacing them. And again, we're going on year 10. The manufacturer recommends replacement of certain parts starting at year 3. Those are minor parts that are inexpensive magazine springs. And then year 5, you get into recoil springs. Year 8, you get into trigger mechanisms. So we're looking at spending, if we go into this next year where we, obviously a fully functional and 100% reliable weapon is the only thing we want to put into service. We're looking at spending as much on the guns as they would be worth for a trade. In other words, we'd be spending twice as much for weapons that we're eventually going to get rid of anyway. So now is the best time financially as well as reliability wise to go ahead and make this move.
Okay, because your weapons, I would say they have more wear and tear and out in the elements. I mean, we just recognized deputies that jumped in freezing cold water. I'm sure they were wearing their weapons. That's got to affect the lifespan of their usability as well.
Yes, ma'am, and that's exactly why they recommend a time limit rather than a round count as a civilian gun might be. Because of the rain, cold, wind, dust, all the things that get in this gun. I was having this conversation with somebody the other day. I would challenge someone to think of any item they carry on their person every day for 10 years, and is it still serviceable without being replaced? It's a similar event with a firearm.
So you're saying it's imminent that we get these replaced now as opposed to later
Yes, ma'am.
for the safety of the deputies? Because they don't
As
want to
well
be
as
in a
the citizens of
situation
Shelby
where the
County.
trigger or the spring doesn't work. Is that my understanding?
That's correct.
Okay, I'll get back in the queue on this. Thank you.
My apologies, Ms. Hicks. I think you had a public comment card on this as well.
Glenda Hicks, good afternoon, thank you. 38109. So yes, of course, I was present in Wednesday's committee session and listened in, and of course, just simply had a lot more questions. And after listening and doing some research and asking more questions, I understand that this is an issue that has been an issue for some years now when it comes to the maintenance of effort requirement by the state, and then what this body does in context with that in terms of approving budgets, whether they're warranted or not, it appears, because it's apparent that over time, each year a budget comes, but that budget is not totally utilized and funds go back. So why do we continue this back and forth game? Why is it that specific needs cannot be addressed and funded and moved on? It is in previous sessions, I brought up the concern about the 2 point whatever million that should have gone from the sheriff department with the juvenile detention center, and that still has not been addressed. I understand that all of those funds did not follow that contract, which should have happened, but yet here we are talking about a massive amount that the sheriff department needs in order to function. And as I shared with Commissioner Caswell, I don't know how many members of Shelby County actually see the actions of the sheriff department. I appreciate all lives that they have saved and in whatever situations, but as far as my personal tax dollars, I see no benefit from that. So I have an issue with the way things are playing out. I have an issue if you all are funding a complete budget that includes vacant seats that are never filled. That doesn't make
Thank you,
sense
Ms.
to
Hicks.
continue doing that.
Thank
So
you, Ms. Hicks.
act responsibly
Thank you, Ms. Hicks.
to the taxpayers.
Thank you, Ms.
Please.
Hicks.
Thank you. Act responsibly.
Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so this goes back to the proposed budget book that we all received. The fiscal year 2026 year-to-date actual calculated from July 1st until when? Is it April or May? What is the cut that as reported in the proposed book?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. The proposed budget book is through March.
Mhm.
I think Commissioner Sugarman, do you have any other additional questions?
No, thank you.
All right, I think Commissioner Thornton, before you get in queue, there was a question about the number of officers that you currently have versus what you would need to replace weapons and then ammunition. So was there clarification on that number?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Chuck Mays, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. The number of current deputies that we have carrying handguns today is 737. Obviously, we would need to go beyond that number slightly due to retirements and new hires. We have to have the weapons in stock at the time deputies are hired, obviously, when they start their training.
Okay, and I think the challenge, again, when we're talking about the amount of money that we're pulling from the fund balance for this particular item, we were trying to be as conservative as possible. And if you're saying that this would include new hires that aren't even hired yet, of the 737, the number that of weapons and ammunition that was presented to us was for how many officers?
I believe it was for 750 firearms rather than officers. Again, we have 737, and for training and continuity purposes, when we make a change like this, we want to change all the officers at the same time. And then we typically hire roughly 3 classes a year of new deputies, and those weapons obviously, so the issue comes when we can't just go out and buy them. If we understand, okay, we're hiring 25 deputies, let's go get 25 guns. From the time we order or cut the PO, we're 120 days out from receiving the firearms. So we have to have enough in stock that, and obviously at each time that we hire a class, we don't know what that number is until we go through the process of all the examinations and interviews. So we have to keep a certain number on hand at all times to be prepared for new deputies coming in.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner, Director Tipton, did you want to?
Yes, Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. Basically, what the administration is asking is that we expend this money now at the end of the year. What I heard earlier was that this is a dire emergency right now because all of our 500 or 700 deputies, their weapons are exposed to weather and they're all falling apart. I find that really hard to believe, unfortunately. But what I'm hearing at the last month of the fiscal year is that we have to go out $1 million almost for weapons. So I'm just asking that you take that into consideration because a lot of things are coming into this conversation aside from what I was saying, which is the fund balance is low. Is this the time to do that? So I just want to make sure that we keep this all in context because to say that officers are in danger right now, that doesn't have anything to do with this.
Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. Chief Lindsay, can I ask just a couple questions? I know that one of the public comments talked about the MOE. Can you just reiterate what all is encompassed in our MOE requirement?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. I am always happy to educate the public. The sheriff's maintenance of effort is based upon salaries.
So when it comes to this particular item that covers the overtime payments, operational materials, unanticipated food service costs, do any of those functions fall under the MOE?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Commissioner Thornton, no. None of these items fall under maintenance of effort.
Okay, so
I
that
would
clears.
like to say that for the guns and ammunition, the Shelby County Sheriff's Office made a request in our fiscal year 25-26 budget request. So if anyone cares to go back and look at that request, the guns and ammunition were included in that request. It was not included in the mayor's consolidated budget. Additionally, the guns, the ammunition and service weapons were also included as part of the settlement agreement. So that's why this is important. It's not that we're changing something at the last minute. This is something that two elected officials agreed upon. Additionally, the money was in the June 1st resolution that Director Tipton and I discussed, and then on June 9th, that changed. Thank you.
And so just to just clarify here, I can't gauge what's the will of the body around this particular item, but I just want to stress that if we are going to make the sheriff's office whole for fiscal year 26, that we must apply the same discretion towards universal pre-K. These two investments to me, as we've heard the ammunition conversation, which I think is left out of this item, but as we're talking about these items around law and safety as investments, we are also hanging up our best investment, which is in our 3 and 4 year olds. So I just want the public to pay attention to how we dispose of this item. And if we invest from our fund balance to be able to make the sheriff's office whole, please pay attention to what the conversations around pre-K and what we do in that particular item. Thank you.
Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Chief Lindsay, I have a couple questions real quickly. My colleague brought up MOE, and so does retirement also go into that?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Commissioner Sugarman, no.
No, okay. And then how many individuals retired in 2026 fiscal
Alicia
year?
Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. I do not have that information in front of me. I didn't bring my computer today, but I'm happy to give it to you as soon as I get home. Send you an email.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Mills?
Thank you. CAO Lindsay, correct me if I'm wrong. Let's walk through this again. This is not additional funds. This is a lawsuit, a settlement, because you all sued the county.
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Commissioner Mills, that is correct.
Okay, and the original ask was for $67 million?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Commissioner Mills, yes.
And then the settlement that we saw was, you decided $18 million is what could be?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Commissioner Mills, yes, it was $18,015,000. That number was substantially reduced on June 1st because new information into the financial system had been provided. So the information that I was using prior to that point was based upon February 28, 2026. When we met on June 1st, Director Tipton and I I learned that the April 30th payroll information had then been posted into Oracle. So based upon that, you could clearly see that our adopted budget was 11.7 million. Adjustments year to date, if you look at that Exhibit B on the back of this item, you'll see the column that has budget adjustments, it has 11.3 million, and then you'll see a column that says year-to-date expenditures, which is 21.7 million. Therefore, we no longer needed the 16 million in overtime, we only needed 4.5.
Okay, and then you agreed down to the 6 million, and then a commissioner and committee took out the 900 and something thousand dollars for the weapons. Since this wasn't the settlement or agreement that you agreed upon, will we be taken back to court or sued? What are we doing here? Because if it's back to court, then we're going to just about pay for weapons. I mean, we could throw for more litigation, or we can just handle this now and move on.
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. If I may, I'd like to defer to our attorney.
Let me back up a minute. I mean, when we went to...
Mr. Wade, if you could state your...
Alan Wade, 125 North Main, other addresses as well, but I think that'll suffice.
And Counselor for...
Counsel for the Sheriff.
Thank you.
When we filed a lawsuit in the circuit court, the only issue was salaries and positions. Once those salaries and positions are established by the circuit court, then it's up to this body to fund them. If you fail to do that, of course, we have the ability to go to Chancery to require mandamus. As a part of we asked for a lot more, but the parties whittled it down and agreed that the 16 million in overtime would be satisfactory to the sheriff. And also the guns and ammunition, and I believe there was an Aramark contract issue as well. The parties agreed, the mayor agreed that he would not wade into this controversy as long as we only asked for those things, which we did. And then the guns were taken off the table. And with all due respect to Director Tipton, I don't think she's an expert in weapons. She says she doesn't believe that they are necessary, but this was part of the budget request back in June of 2025. And we asked for it in the lawsuit. We asked for it repeatedly. We settled on it in February, and there were multiple delays till we got to here. So now it's no longer an urgent thing. We've been asking for it for 12 months. So that's what Alicia Lindsay was trying to explain to you. So the question is will we go back to court if we don't get the guns? I don't know. I'll have to talk to the client about that, but it is possible. And it's possible that we'll be asking for more than just guns. Did I answer your question?
In an attorney kind of way, it did.
All right.
Commissioner Brooks?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question. I'm looking at the settlement terms, and I need to ask the attorney, county attorney Smith, if she can help me to understand, because people keep referring to a settlement as if there was a monetary agreement. And when I read it, I'm not reading that. So I hope I have the correct settlement, because in what I'm reading, it does not, it says the respondent should not be required to initiate, join, or advocate for a petitioner's FY26 budget. Also, will not oppose the resolution. If asked for his position on the resolution, as the sheriff recently, as the request recently was the subject of litigation between the sheriff and myself, which the litigation has been resolved. And on the advice of counsel, I take no position on the request. So I'm trying to find where is their agreement on money? Am I missing something, or do I have the correct agreement?
I can help you.
I need-
Megan
okay,
Smith,
then
County
we'll go to you.
Attorney's Office. It would be my preference to avoid commenting on the settlement agreement in this venue. What I can say is that the item is properly before you for you to exercise your legislative prerogative. You have amended that item for a total value of approximately 4.9 million. If you choose to vote on that figure, you can. If you want to amend it, you can.
Thank you, and that's the obvious. Let me just ask, because I'm still trying to understand. What I'm trying to understand is, does this settlement agreement dated May 1st, 2026, hold, stipulate, or state that the mayor, administrative, executive head of Shelby County will pay $18 million, reduced to 16?
Okay, if you read what you just read, the mayor says he will not oppose it if we limit our requests to those items, right? Correct? We there yet? We on the same page, right? Okay, so those items had in the settlement monetary amounts associated with them, and as long as we did not go beyond those monetary amounts, he would not oppose it. That's what you're not seeing, but the schedules that you've been presented delineate what those amounts were. Does that help?
It does, but it may be something here in the language, because the language does not say. The language actually sort of skates around any monetary amount. It just says, well, okay, fine. We've entered into an agreement. You can go to the county commission. I will not oppose it. You can do all of these things, but it does not say. It does not say we grant you 18 million or 16 million. It doesn't say that. He's going to sit back and not do anything.
Commissioner Brooks?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes,
Thank
your
you.
time
I'm
has gone
sorry.
out, so if you'd like to get back in queue, please do so. Commissioner Thornton?
Just to Chief Lindsay, I think the attorney has just referenced that he can't really speak to it. If this item doesn't pass today, can you speak on any next steps that will happen as a result of it not passing?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. I will have to defer to the sheriff or speak to him later about what will happen next.
And just to clarify, so the overtime that we are approving in this particular item is to finish out the rest of the fiscal year, or is this to make you whole for what you paid for already?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. So the current overtime budget is about $23 million. It started as 11.7, it is now 23 million. The additional 4.5 will get us to 27, and we hope that we will remain within that figure by June 30th. Keep in mind, there is an accrual that will have to be recorded back into June 30th, but we hope to be within the 27 million, based upon the information we know today.
But right now, to date, have we a need for this overtime allocation yet, or are these dollars earmarked for what we anticipate will close out the rest of fiscal year 26?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Unfortunately, May 2026 transactions have not been posted into Oracle, so I cannot tell you what the May overtime is, right? But we believe it's approximately 2 million to 3 million a month. So with May and June, you have those 2 months left. So we believe it will get us to the end of the fiscal year. We hope that we will be within that figure.
So May has not been reconciled, which means that once reconciled according to your projections, these dollars will be needed to be able to cover those expenses.
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. May transactions have not been posted into Oracle.
Can
Not reconciled,
Director
but not
Tipton,
posted.
because Oracle comes up a lot here at the end of the year, can you just clarify? I just want to know, are we talking about a resolution that we are to make a decision on that is actually going to cover costs that have already been completed or will be completed? Can you give us a better understanding?
Sure, I can imagine. Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. Just to be clear, we have estimated the amount of overtime that will take them out to the end of the fiscal year, and that is what is being included. We can only go on projections. Right now, we're in the process of reconciling May to go into Oracle. So we have up to April, and we're estimating that they're going to need an additional $1.5 to $2 million a month for May, and June. The money that we're putting in on this resolution is hopefully sufficient. As the Chief Financial Officer, what I have been saying and stating is that the county cannot continue to sustain $27 million in overtime annually. As the Chief Financial Officer, that is what I am conveying here. I am not against the sheriff. I'm just saying that is where we stand. Right now, we're prepared to give them $27 million to take them to the end of this fiscal year. Next year, I don't know what it's going to be.
Commissioner Wright?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I missed a portion of our 11-plus hour committee meetings. My apologies, but I missed how this came about, that I'm now sponsoring this amount. That's a curiosity to me. I look forward to going back and reviewing that 11-hour meeting to find out. But so it's my understanding that this resolution has been stripped of some amount close to $1 million. Chief Lindsay, can you help me on that? And I'd like to make a motion to restore that amount.
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Commissioner Wright, you are correct. This resolution has been stripped of the guns and ammunition. During the meeting, it was suggested that, well, if you can go from 18 million, you can go to 4 point whatever. So that's, in essence, the guns and ammunition were stripped from this item.
Okay, and do I have it right that the amount that was stripped is $1,066,003?
I think it's 966 or 996 for the service weapons, and then 70,000 for ammunition. So whatever that totals.
All right, I'm going to make a motion, Madam Chair, that we amend up this item in the amount of $1,066,003 for a total of $5,999,908. Excuse me. Yes, $5,999,980.
Motion for $5,990,000. Say that one more time for me, Commissioner Wright.
Yes, Madam Chair. 5,999,980.
980. Okay. $5,999,980. That's a motion to amend by Commissioner Wright, a second by Commissioner Mills. Can we, is there an objection?
Object.
I have an objection by Commissioner Sugarman. So now the item before us is on the motion of the amended amount by Commissioner Wright. So if you could just clear the screen, and if you'd like to comment or make a statement regarding the motion. Commissioner Caswell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, supporting the items that the sheriff has brought for me, I've seen over the years that we support those items, and it's hard to even think about that we are talking about $27 million in overtime when we just had a group of people that's out there doing work on the street to mitigate the need for so many of these individuals to go into custody, yet all of their dollars have been cut from the state, from the local. It's like, it's just hard to fathom that, and to be somebody who voted against the budget last year, knowing we was going into the budget short already, and then some cut the budget and said it should have been cut even more, but yet want to add more money today and then leave it to the next commission to how to address all of these issues that we got to face. Because even with the sheriff's department, we're going to have more issues at 201 Poplar that we got to address next year. But with what? And it's continued to, you know, again, I hate, Sheriff, that this been kicked down the road 10 years. I don't know what happened last year when it could happen, because I thought everything that you all asked for last year was in the budget. And until I talked to Chief Lindsay about that. But it just concerned me that we are talking about adding more for guns by yet not doing anything about prevention and intervention in our communities. It's hard to fathom that we're going to take the next administration in this body to have to fight that fight. You know, I don't know, Chief, what you just shared about the use of guns. I mean, the need for this new ammunition at this critical time in our budget process. But if you want to just, again, if it's where we're seeing that these guns just are not usable right now, that they can't go another year, or just, I mean, I'm just trying to picture why we got to make this call today.
Yes, sir. Chuck Mays, Assistant Chief Deputy, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. The guns we have obviously are functioning. We wouldn't put them out there if they weren't. What the point we're trying to make is they are at the end or very near the end of their service lives, and to keep them operable, we're about to spend more on those weapons than they're worth, and then eventually we're going to have to buy more anyway, which creates a even worse financial situation.
If I may ask, what do you do with the old weapons, and do we surplus and sell any of the old equipment when it comes out of the sheriff's department? What is done that we can subsidize somewhere in this?
Yes, so the cost of the weapons that we've presented that's already factored in. We do receive a trade-in value for the weapons that we currently carry. And they reduce that obviously from the price, your original price of the weapon, it's the new weapon.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Whaley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I would support leaving this as it is, but I think the request is a legitimate request. So to me, it seems more like a budget amendment type of request that has the option to find a funding source than just pull from fund balance. That was my issue when we first brought this, and it was 16 million. It was like, well, are we just going to blindly just say 16 million from fund balance and call it a day? And thankfully, that's not what happened. That I commend Chief Lindsay and Chief Tipton for working this out and getting us down to where we are today. So that's the good news. And again, I mean, it seems like it's a legitimate thing. You have to replace the service weapons, but that's something you would budget, right? And we are about to do the budget. So my suggestion would be, if it's not amended here, that we consider that as a budget amendment, so that for the year that starts July 1st. So I'm not inherently against the request. I just think that this particular resolution is serving a different purpose, mainly around the overtime cost. So I would oppose the amendment to restore this, but would be open to a budget amendment where we can find potentially a funding source to take care of that request. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Sugarman? And before you answer, just Commissioner Wright, to answer your question, there was an amendment to this resolution which happened in committee to get to this number. So it was based on looking at the fund balance, what could we cut down on, and could there be a potential additional budget amendment later, so that we did not have to take so much from fund balance. So that's what happened, as why we got to this number versus the number that was presented. Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just for listening public, since I've been a commissioner, the fixed costs have been increasing at an alarming rate. The tax base is decreasing. And so we have to make hard choices. And I agree with my colleagues. The fiscal year starts July 1st. And so I urge my colleagues just, to wait until the budget amendment, and we can deal with it then. And I encourage my colleagues to go back to the original and not include the increase, because we do have a fund balance policy that we're trying to adhere to. And we're trying to be fiscally responsible. And again, we have a shrinking tax base, which means if we cannot balance the budget, then we're going to be forced to do other things. And so those other things I heard my constituents and the public, they do not want, such as raising property taxes, adding to the will tax, et cetera, et cetera. And so again, I'm asking my colleagues to allow the amendment to go through and just keep this resolution as is. Thank you.
Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. This is just a point of information. So the amended figure here, there is not an amended budget in OwnBase. And I have constituents that are asking questions that we can't actually answer. So I'm just curious, just as parliamentary procedure, do those documents get added into the system so that the constituents can see? The only thing that we see for the budget amendment breakdown is the previous items breakdown, I believe, for the larger figure. So where can they see exactly what we're talking about today that breaks down this $4.9 million amendment? That's just a request. And then also constituents are saying that they can't hear us. So if someone can fix that, that would be helpful. Thank you.
I actually don't have visibility into the system to see the documents that you're referring to, but I do know that this item was amended and then sent down without recommendation. And so the version that appears should have some track changes to reflect the changes.
Yeah, if we could just look
that
into
were amended.
this, or if someone could just correct me if I'm wrong. I've gone through each of the attachments. I can't see actually where this $4.9 million figure is amended in the documents so that we can see what comprises the $4.9 million in the attached documents. So in effort of open government, transparency, and accountability, that can't happen today for our citizens to hold us accountable for our decisions when they can't follow along with the conversation. Thank you.
Commissioner Brooks.
Just one more time, Ms. Lindsay, do we have any information regarding the overtime that is attributed to the Memphis State Task Force?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Commissioner Brooks.
Could you pull that up a little bit for me? Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Commissioner Brooks, I don't have that information with me today. But I'm sure I can gather the information related to the Memphis Safety Task Force.
When do you anticipate we'll be able to get that? Because I've been asking for that for a long time.
There have been a lot of priorities going on lately, and I wish I could just drop everything and answer questions. I do the best that I can. As you know, we have a lot of vacancies. I don't have a finance administrator, so I do try to respond to this body as quickly as I can. So I can't promise when I'll get it to you. I know we do have it captured for law enforcement personnel, so I'll try to get that to you as soon as possible.
Well, you do a good job of responding to our request, but I think this will go a long way in terms of helping us to make a decision real quick on this. If we can get that number in terms of overtime for the SAFE Task Force. I don't like using SAFE, but the task force.
Yes, ma'am. And Chairwoman Avent, if I may, I did email the revised exhibit and resolution to the commission staff. So it should have been loaded, so I'm not sure where it is.
Commissioner Clay Bibbs, and what I'm going to recommend is that we'll move this item to the Hill so that we can print out what makes up the original amount of the $6 million, as well as what would be track changes for the 4.9. Commissioner Bibbs, and then we'll move this item to the Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief Lindsay, so I thank you, Commissioner Brooks, for bringing up regarding overtime. I think in a previous committee meeting, I asked the same question. And so looking forward to be able to get the answer. One aspect, though, I think, as you build out your budget in the future, because I heard Director Tipton loud and clear around it going up every year, and it's difficult for us on our end to be able to maintain that. Do you not have caps built in around when you say, hey, this person is eligible for overtime, this person's eligible for overtime, or not? Are there not any caps built into who is eligible for that?
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Commissioner Bibbs, thank you for the question. I also want to point out in our proposed budget for fiscal year 2025, we did request an increase in the overtime budget. Now, as it relates to overtime and who receives overtime, please note that we have we have a total of 2,277 positions, including temporary positions and permanent. So as of May 31st, 2026, we had 1,481 positions on board. And I sent each of you a list of positions, by job code. So you could see corrections deputies, you could see patrolmen, you could see dispatchers, you could see the authorized complement, the number of employees on board, and the vacant positions. So keep in mind that when you're thinking about the overtime that we have, think about all the vacant positions that we have. So we still have to maintain a jail that's a 24/7 operation. Law enforcement is also a 24/7 operation, and so are dispatchers. Then there are other areas that are not public safety, like records and identification. When people come into the jail, they have to be fingerprinted, they have to be booked. So those are all 24/7 operations. And if you have vacancies, the work must continue. So it's not about who's eligible for overtime, it's about making sure that we're able to fulfill the constitutional duties of our office.
Thank you for that. I am aware, I think, but right now we're hitting up to this wall around how much can we afford versus what's really needed and necessary. So I think if you, at whatever point that you can get that information around hours and overtime, so we can be able to look at it from next steps, that'll be very helpful.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Colleagues, we're going to move this item to the Hill. We're going to just try to take up a few of the non-budget items in order to try to move through the agenda while we get that information. So I'm going to call Parliamentarian, please read item number 44.
Item 44 comes from the Milton Community Enhancement Grants Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Thornton. Item 44 is an ordinance second reading, ordinance by the Board of Commissioners of Shelby County, Tennessee, to establish additional accountability, reporting, and eligibility requirements for grants as approved by the Shelby County Board of Commissioners, sponsored by Commissioner Eric Sugarman, Commissioner McWright, Commissioner Brittany Thornton, and Commissioner Amber Mills. This item was sent down without recommendation in June 10th, 2026 committee meeting.
I have a motion by Commissioner Sugarman, a second by Vice Chair Bradford. Commissioner Thornton, can I get a committee report?
This item comes down without recommendation.
Commissioner Sugarman?
Yes, and I just encourage passage. So many times you talk about oversight, accountability, even callbacks. And for example, there are a couple of situations, and again, I think that we're aware, there's one case where the commission asked Rice to come 2 or 3 times and finally came up. And we asked them, what do they do with the money? And so again, they reported on record that most of the money was spent towards salaries, and they only had like maybe 14 individuals. The other situations where the Chamber of Commerce refused to come before the commission to give us a report. And we asked 3 times, we're not asking them anymore. At this point, we need to take action. This also provides a callback provision so that if there's an entity that they're given a grant and they decide they don't want to come before the commission with the reports, we have the ability to claw it back. Because again, we have to be cognizant of we have finite number of funds, and we try to be good stewards. And so I urge my colleagues to support this ordinance.
Commissioner Caswell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a substitute for this item.
Okay. Is there a motion?
I want to make a motion for the substitute.
Okay, there's a motion to introduce a substitute for item 44 by Commissioner Caswell, a second by Commissioner Thornton. Can we do that without objection? Okay, Commissioner
Let me just say, I agree with my colleague.
Commissioner Caswell, I'm sorry. We need to read the cap. Yes. I'm sorry, I should withdraw that so that we could at least discuss before, without objection. All right, Commissioner Caswell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I agree with this resolution in part, The thing that I had, even with the previous resolution, what it seemed more punitive than it was allowing even some of our small nonprofit that was here the capacity to be able to address in some type of way the things that's brought against them when it comes to providing documents back to this body. And again, when it was brought initially, we heard about the chambers and some of the bigger organizations, but I feel that in part, the smaller organizations are going to be the ones that hit the hardest with this, especially in light of seeing even greater cuts coming from the state and federal, and then to have the local body cut them because maybe a receipt was not there. And as we understand that a lot of times the smaller organizations have to multitask in those communities because of lack of resources and funds. When they put in for a grant that say that they're going to feed people on the first Saturday of the month, and then comes up where emergency incidents happen and they're using resources to support those families, I just feel like we got to be more in line to be open to that. And if an appeal came, they'll give an opportunity to appeal if anything came. As you're seeing this substitute, we talk about just number 6, where we talk about gradually non-compliance and corrective actions being made, looking at that if something was a mistake by that organization, it may lead to a period of 90 days to cure the deficiency. And then in 6B, it would talk about organizations that fail to cure deficit, fail to provide adequate documentation or material, fail to comply with approved grant requirements, may be deemed ineligible for CEP funding for a period not to exceed 1 year physically. But right now, what we're looking at in the original document is say 5 years. And I just hate to think, as someone who worked with a number of these organizations in our community, just having an incident yesterday, and I know my time is running out, where yesterday where some young men was about to break into our building. Instead of calling the police on them, we were able to get those young men, as they said, we did it because we were hungry, resources because of those organizations stepping up in the neighborhood to support them. I hate to see them deemed because they just stepped up to help some young people to deter them. So this is why I bring this substitute item before us, just that we're not punitive, but we also being able to help those organizations build the capacity along the way. Thank you.
Commissioner Sugarman?
I believe this is out of order, thank you, Chair, because none of the sponsors were given a view of this prior to this meeting. I think that was totally out of line. Having said that, I think that also this should have been brought before the committee meeting so we had time to vet each one of these. For example, what is the difference between what was original and what's new in A? And also, when you look at the minimum reporting standards and compliance, et cetera, it seems like it's more punitive than anything because it talks about invoices, receipts, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It seems like it's, more cumbersome on the nonprofits. And so at this point, I really don't know what to do because I think the sponsors would like opportunity to look at this in a committee setting, and so we can deliberate not here at the commission.
Okay, so Commissioner Caswell, I think that's pretty much, she's making an objection to the substitute. Before we get to the other folks in the queue, because of the substantive changes here, I agree with Commissioner Sugarman that it would probably be best vetted in committee. And so I think if we could defer this, if you're agreeable to withdrawing your motion, that we could take up the amendment in committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm agreeable to that. I want the body to examine this even more, so I appreciate that opportunity. I withdraw that so it can go back to committee.
Okay. Commissioner Brooks?
Thank you. Just a point of information. Did we have an ad hoc committee regarding this Milton Community Grant Program? I don't know, I'm asking.
No, there wasn't an ad hoc. We did review the CEP grant process within committee.
Well, in my view, it appears this comes up almost yearly or biannually, whatever. maybe it would be a good thing for us to take our time, because we don't really have enough time, and I know during this budget season, we won't have enough time to really vet these issues and get a document that we all can agree on, so that it won't keep coming up, it keeps being changed, and then it keeps casting a cloud over us and it. Maybe we should just have an ad hoc committee so that they can meet, come to some, concrete recommendations and submit it to the body for a vote, and let that end all of that. They'll have more time to vet all of these issues that are of concern. That's my suggestion.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Vice Chair Bradford?
I just wanted to make sure we're still on track on this item. So this is the second reading, so we can make any changes needed at the next committee meeting and then still have the third reading, I guess, on the June 29th meeting.
Yes,
Is that correct?
that's
Pardon
correct.
me. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
All right, so is there any other discussion? We just need a motion to refer.
Okay.
Or are we needing to refer if we have another, this will be the third reading in committee should suffice for any changes that could be made so that it does not have to go to a fourth reading, if so. All right, Commissioner Sugarman? Yes, we can still vote on it today. Any substantive changes can be made in the next committee meeting so that it does not have to go to a fourth reading. Commissioner Caswell?
So did we need to make a motion?
No, we don't have to make a motion. We can just vote on this today.
Okay.
And then it goes to committee again for a third reading, with any substantive changes can be made. All right? Please prepare the screen for a vote. Can you please report the vote?
We have aye votes from Commissioners Wiley, Sugarman, Mills, Shalai, Wright, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avent. Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Morrison, and Brooks have abstained. That's 7 ayes and 4 abstain.
All right, that motion passed. It goes on to a third reading. Parliamentarian, please read item 45.
Item 45 comes from the Law Enforcement, Corrections, and Courts Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Wright. Item 45 is a resolution to authorize a $12.50 charge by the clerk of every court in Shelby County having jurisdiction of state misdemeanors and felonies for the purposes authorized and set out in Tennessee Code annotated Section 40-3-106, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Wiley, Commissioner McWright, and Commissioner Charlie Caswell. This item was deferred in June 1st, 2026 commission meeting, and approval requires a 2/3 vote of the body for passage.
I have a motion by Commissioner Whaley, a second by Commissioner Caswell. Commissioner Wright, could I get a committee report?
Yes, Madam Chair, this item was,
Send down with that.
this item was deferred from last meeting, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So there wouldn't be a committee report.
Oh, no, it was covered, was it deferred? I'm sorry. Right. Yes, my apologies. DA Mulroy?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good evening, Commissioners. We talked about this a few weeks ago. It's very, very clear. For over 20 years, there has been a $12.50 fund assessed on every defendant convicted of a misdemeanor or a felony the proceeds of which are devoted to the Public Defender's Office. The General Assembly recently authorized the exact same thing to be done in the exact same way for the exact same purpose, except that the funds would be used for the District Attorney's Office. It's important to point out here, we're not asking for any county money. This is a $12.50 fee that would only be paid by people who are convicted criminals, that is to say, convicted of a misdemeanor or a felony. And I understand there are concerns about poor defendants or indigent defendants, and once again, we will waive the fee if the defendant is indigent, in the exact same way that the Public Defender's Office waives the fee if the defendant is indigent. How can you determine if the defendant is indigent? In the exact same way that we determine it for the Public Defender's Office 1250 fund. Using the same forms that we read last time, the same determinations by the same judges, if the defendant is determined to be indigent, in the exact same way that the Public Defender's Office waives the fee, the DA's office will waive the fee. And if somebody has a problem with that, then it seems to me they would need to revisit the Public Defender's 1250 fund, which we've been operating without incident, without problem for the last 20 years. This is something that we think is useful. Most counties in in Tennessee have already adopted this, and more are on the way. We feel that it might be useful for the county commission because sometimes throughout the course of the year, in the middle of a budget season, we'll have to come back for you with nickel and dime requests. We don't have a specified budget item for this or for that, or this software package is about to run out. Can we please have this? We will do that less because we will have the 1250 funds to use in the exact same way that the Public Defender Office has used them. So we're just really asking for the same treatment that the Public Defender's Office gets, and it's a way to have funds for our use only from convicted criminals who can afford to pay $12.50 in a way that I think will advance public safety, will allow us to do things to increase our clearance rate, our solve rate, to speed up the criminal justice process and do a lot of things, and make us have to come back to you for budgetary items less frequently.
Thank you, DA Morrow. Commissioner Caswell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, I stand in support of this. Again, I had questions in the beginning, but in talking with a lot of advocate groups about how you have stood up to your word when it came to indigent people in our community that cannot afford it. Yet in light of when we look at resolutions that come forth, we just had in committee where we're talking about not being able to support victims advocacy in our community and not having the fund for that. When individuals, again, who go out here and commit a crime, who can pay for thousands of dollars for a lawyer, not to say that they can't pay $12.50 when they are committing the crime that's causing for more forensic centers and labs and things that have to be did that this body is asking taxpayers to pay for. Again, so I just stand in agreement, ask my colleagues to, again, understand that this is not to hurt those who can't. We understand that, and this DA has a track record, and I talked to some very advocate people who would have fought against this, saying that they stand in support because of your track record of not taxing more on those who cannot afford. But those who can, I'm asking this body to make them pay for this lab, pay for these victim advocate, the things that the DA have need for to help our community in their capacity. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Sugarman?
And I oppose this, and I mentioned this to DA Mulgrew. He reached out to me, I guess, March and April. Even a modest $12.50 fee can add up, especially for individuals already facing fines, court costs, or financial hardship. You're talking about working class people who are being nickeled and dimed to death. This is considered regressive because it impacts people who are the working poor or people who are working, trying to make ends meet. And it's very difficult, especially in these days of, talking about gas prices are up, food costs are up. Most of the people in Shelby County are single parents, and so it's a burden. Again, DA Morey stated on record that this is only going to generate $100,000, but yet in the resolution, it does not state where the money is going to go. Adding new or additional fees contribute to the public perception that the court system relies heavily on administrative charges rather than streamlined funding. We asked, again, some of my colleagues asked, for example, What if you cannot pay your fees and fines and court costs? There are things, you could be held in contempt of court, you could, you could be turned over to collection agencies, et cetera. Do we want to do that to the people when you're convicted of a misdemeanor or a felony? Flat fees tend to disproportionately impact low-income individuals compared to those who have greater financial resources. Small administrative fees can sometimes cost more to collect and process. Remember, we're talking about just $100,000 than they generate, depending on the system used. Implementation may require updates to accounting systems, training, and ongoing tracking responsibilities for both clerks' offices. The purpose and use of the fee may not be clearly understood by the public. As you recall, back when the wheel tax was first introduced, it was a temporary tax of $25 to make sure that our schools have AC and heating, et cetera. And it's, it exploded to now, what, $75? And we still don't have, working air and heating in some of the schools. And there's no such thing as a temporary tax. Defense attorneys, advocacy groups, or community organizations may raise concerns about expanding court-related fees. While $12.50 is small on its own, combined with other fines and fees, it may contribute to larger overall financial obligation. And so again, yes, it's going to add up. My constituents have told me they didn't want an increase in the wheel tax, and we did that, and they're saying, please don't do that again. And again, we're taxing people to death. And it might seem small to some people, but working class people, again, it adds up. So I urge my colleagues to vote this down. Thank you.
Vice Chair Bradford.
I hear the parliamentarian in my ear here because she's answering the question I had. This says approval requires 2/3 of the vote. So is that present voting of the 13? Is
Of the
that
body.
of the body? So how many votes
Yes,
gets this
and
passed?
I could have the county attorney.
Because that comes
Because
from
this is a
TCA.
statutory requirement, if you could just state what the vote must be for this particular item.
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, the vote is a 2/3 vote for this item.
Could you clarify, is that of present or the body?
Of the body.
Okay, which would require 9 votes. Commissioner Caswell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, I hear my colleague argument. I still stand to say that when we talked about the other day in committee, $80,000 ask for victims' right advocate, that this body was not prepared to support that for victims in this community. When these individuals, again, that are committing these crimes, that show that they have the capacity to pay, either we're going to pay for it or they're going to pay for it. This, all I'm saying is that we got to, again, put the burden on the people that's going to continue to cause the crimes in our community that have the capacity to pay. This DA have showed that he have not went against his word when he said he's not going to charge those who don't have the capacity to pay. And I'm just asking this body again, where do we put the burden? On those who have not committed these crimes or those who have and been found guilty and show that they have the capacity to pay? When we talk about the fact of what happened with the wheel tax, I often tell my people, and they understand it. It was bad vision people who said that they thought the air conditioning gonna last 30 and 40 and 50 years. Roof don't go bad. So that means you'll have to keep coming back every decade or so, asking for more money to take care of things when the maintenance of efforts, these things still have to be taken care of. We're talking about a forensic lab that we should have been funding. But when we're kicking the can down the road for the next commission, next bodies to continue to address these issues, that's where I just found that we got to do something different. That's why, again, I ask my colleagues to support this, to not put the burden on the taxpayers who are not out here committing the crimes and still being able to show that they have the capacity to pay. So thank you.
Commissioner Brooks?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think this is about a forensic lab, but D.A. Mulroy, can you tell us what these funds will be used for?
District Attorney Steve Mulroy, Shelby County. Commissioner Brooks, as I mentioned last time, there are a number of different types of uses that it could be used for. The examples that are currently top of mind for us is a number of different software programs that we use that you have to constantly renew the licenses. So like one of them, for example, the Celebrite software.
So you don't really have an existing need of a list of budget items or things that are used in the office each and every, on a daily basis. This is just something that may come up, and you'll have this cash
We are
sitting over
using,
here.
I'm sorry, Steve Mulroy, District Attorney, Shelby County. No, we are using Celebrite right now, but we have to constantly renew the licenses, and so we need more money for that. There's no
Okay.
particular budget item for that. Also,
Okay.
we would like to be able to expand the number of people who could do the cell phone dumps and the interpretation of the cell phone data, which would help us to increase our solve rate, which I think is really important if we want to continue the downward trend in crime that we've enjoyed for the last 10 consecutive quarters. So that's just one example.
I
There are-
appreciate that. Thank you very much. My time is running out. Respectfully, the fact that there is a fact that a huge number of misdemeanor medians, I can't say the word, of those who commit misdemeanors are committing these crimes for survival issues. That's
For
a
what,
fact.
I'm sorry, for what?
Survival issues.
Yes. Mhm.
Okay. So instead of applying these fees to low-level felonies, misdemeanors, why don't we just increase the amount and apply these to white-collar crimes and pedophiles? You'll get more money, and you'll have be able to take care of more things that you need in your little office.
Steve Mulroy, District Attorney, Shelby County, thank you for the question. The short answer, unfortunately, is that the state law that authorized this only authorized a $12.50 fee to match the public defender fee that applies to all misdemeanants and all felons who are convicted. It does not authorize us to mix and match the way that your question suggests. And I am sensitive to the problem that there are what you call survival misdemeanants, but we would, again, waive the fee in those instances because those people are indigent.
I understand, and maybe we can take this to the legislature and amend that statute for white-collar crimes and pedophiles.
Commissioner,
Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner.
Commissioner Mills?
Thank you. So the legislature opened the door for this opportunity for the funding. I'm looking at this, if this fails in 6 months, you need money because cases are backing up. You don't have the license renewal fees or whatever, and you come back to us. There's only 3 ways to give y'all money. It's either a fee from the convicted criminals, a property tax increase, or the user fees in courts, whatever. And of those 3, I would view this as the best option of the 3. So with that, and after debating this a lot, I'm going to be in favor of this. Like you say, the defender's already applying it in her court, in her office. So that's where I am on this after a long thought about it and many phone calls. Thank you.
Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. Can you say more about what you're saying with the public defender's use of a similar fee? How is it applied and who is it applied to?
Yes, Steve Mulroy, District Attorney, Shelby County. As to how they spend the money, I don't know the chapter and verse on that. The way it works is it's discretionary, so it fills budgetary gaps, things that there's not already a set budget line for that, expenses come up, they use it. I'm sure they're probably using it for similar or analogous software, but I can't speak to that. But in terms of I think the rest of your question was the way it was administered. It's administered by the clerk's offices. They assess the fee and then they will collect the fee. And so this would be administered in the exact same way as the existing 1250 fund for the Public Defender's Office.
I guess just for more clarity, how is the fee, who pays for the fee?
Right.
As it relates to the public defenders?
Sure. The only people that pay this fee are defendants who have not been declared indigent, so they are paying for their own lawyer, who then subsequently get convicted of either a misdemeanor or a felony. And that conviction could come through a plea, or it could come through a conviction at trial. That doesn't matter. But it's only those who have been convicted of a misdemeanor or a felony and who paid for their own counsel because there was no prior determination by a court that they were indigent and had to have appointed counsel.
And that's on the defense side that we just talked about?
Exactly.
So it's budget season, right? So the question that we are to ask everyone that comes to ask us for money is, do you have the opportunity to cover the costs within your budget? So can you just talk about the budget for your office year to year for the past couple of years? Are you income generating? Like, is there any possible way that you could cover the costs of these licenses and other programs that you've mentioned would be the cost that you would use the funds to cover?
Yeah. Steve Mulroy, District Attorney, Shelby County. The short answer is no, because we're talking about things for which there is no pre-existing budget line. So in the same way that the public defenders use it to fill budgetary gaps, we would use it in the same way. And then to the other part of your question, Commissioner Thornton, there is no other fee-generating enterprise that we have in the office, unlike some offices maybe that can charge fees for services, like with when you get your license plate done, that kind of thing. We don't really do that. There is no other source of income except for what we get from the state and what we get from the county, except now for the first time, if this is approved, then there would be a third source, and that would be the fees paid by convicted criminals who have the means to pay $12.50 because it's previously been adjudicated that they can pay a lot more to hire a lawyer.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Whaley?
Call the question.
Okay, question's been called. At this time, could you please prepare the screen for a vote? Please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Mills, Shalai, Wright, Morrison, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avent. Commissioners Sugarman and Brooks have voted no. Commissioner Thornton has abstained. We have 9 ayes, 2 noes, and 1 abstain.
That motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioners.
We're going to go on. We do have staff who's printing out some information, Commissioner Wright, Commissioner Thornton, about the details of the amended. So once we get that, we'll go back to the question on the Hill. So in the meantime, I'm going to ask parliamentarian to read item number 53.
Madam Chair, just as a point of information, or point of privilege, On-Base is not showing the documents. I don't know if other commissioners are having issues with pulling up documents, but it's giving an error message. So if someone from IT could check into that,
Sure.
that'd be helpful. Thank you.
Yes. IT, if you could check to make sure, and if the staff could coordinate in the back. Item number 53.
Item 53 comes from the Public Works Committee, which is chaired by Vice Chair Bradford. Item 53 is a resolution approving a contract with Liberty Tire Recycling LLC in an amount not to exceed $724,600 to provide waste tire recycling services for Shelby County government commencing July 1, 2026 through June 30th, 2027, with the option to renew for 2 additional one-year periods, subject to approval by the Shelby County Board of Commissioners. This item requires expenditure of FY 2027 waste tire program funds in an amount not to exceed $724,600, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford Jr. This item was amended in June 10th, 2026 committee meeting.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Bradford, a second by Commissioner Sugarman. Vice Chair Bradford, could I have a committee report?
Yes, this item comes down with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman.
Yes, I have a few questions. Norval? As well as purchasing. And the first question is, what are the policies when purchasing does not select the lowest bidder? And can you provide written evidence that those procedures were followed here? So the first one is for the purchasing director. And then the other one is for Norville. In the resolution, it stated that it would be put into a landfill, possibly. And so what prohibits this company, Liberty, to not buy land in Shelby County and dump it in Shelby County? Is there anything in the contract that prohibits that? Okay.
James Gloss, Administrator Person. Good evening, afternoon, Commissioners. The first question, Commissioner Sugarman, the purchasing department, we do not select vendors. We recommend to the departments, and the departments choose and select the lowest and best. It's not always the lowest. Depending on the scope of work, and sometimes it's the best.
Okay,
But
in
that's
this
based on the
situation, did you
department.
recommend?
Pardon me?
Did you recommend?
Purchasing department does, yes, we recommend.
No, this situation
We
with Liberty,
recommend-
did you recommend Liberty? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, you did, thank you. And again, I appreciate your willingness to talk. And again, the question has not been answered. When you do not recommend, in this situation, you recommended Liberty, and you do not follow the lowest bid, because so many times you come before us and you say, well, we're selecting the lowest bid, regardless that it's a local vendor. And so, again, what are the purchasing policies regarding not going with or recommending the lowest bid? Is there anything written in policy?
So, based on the lowest and best, if we recommend, example, Liberty Tire, and the department is not aligned with that, they can prove and justify why they want to go with.
Based on your recommendation?
vendor.
Okay, thank
Yes.
you. And then, is there anything in the contract or in policy or somewhere where prohibits this Liberty from dumping tires or buying, for example, some parcels of land or what have you in Shelby County? Because the concern is, we saw the video and we saw the tires, and the previous vendor stated that they're in the process of moving. So the question then becomes, what prevents, if anything, from Liberty from dumping tires in Shelby County? Is there anything in the contract that says that?
Cliff Norville, Public Works. There is nothing in the solicitation that addresses repercussions for landfilling the material in Shelby County. However, a landfill requires a state permit. And so Liberty Tire, if they were to landfill, would have to landfill in a state permitted landfill.
Thank you. And so this question through the chair, through the attorneys, is there anything that I can put, for example, can I put that in the resolution to amend it so that the rationale that we heard, at least I heard on Wednesday, was that they would not be putting the tires in Shelby County. So is there anything that prohibits me from putting that into the resolution, that they cannot dump these tires in Shelby County?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, that would actually be a substantive contract-like term that
Yes.
is outside the purview of the commission. The contract is, however, attached to the resolution. It does speak to disposal, including disposal in the state of Mississippi.
And I want to give Director Norville an opportunity to respond as well.
Yes, thank you, Chairwoman. Cliff Norville, Public Works. Let me share with you information that gives a complete story. Liberty Tire does have a piece of property in Shelby County. It's down off of Elvis Presley, and that site is permitted as a transfer station. Tires are brought to the site They are loaded into tractor-trailer rigs, and they are taken to Saltillo, Mississippi, which is their processing facility. They do not have any equipment here to shred tires. All of their equipment to shred tires is in Saltillo, Mississippi. Furthermore, Liberty Tire has a massive customer base for waste tires in Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, and Georgia, among other states. And so they have a lot of contracts with end users for the shredded tire material. They have no reason to landfill. The reason why landfill option was included was because in a situation of a massive waste tire dump, TDEC, the Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation, has said in a phone conversation, if need be, we may shred and landfill, but that is not our first option. That is only the last option.
Commissioner Morrison?
I was going to call the question, but it looks like people.
You can call the question and
call
just
the question.
those that are in the queue can, and then we will move on to a vote. Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. I'm unable to pull up the documents. I see IT working on my computer. For this particular item, can I just hear from purchasing? So I just have a question about Liberty Tire is here to approve the previous contract. Who was it with, and how long did they have the contract for?
James, y'all's administrative person. I'm sorry, what was your question again, Commissioner?
The previous contract. So we're approving a new contract, 1 year with the possible 2-year renewals, right?
That's, I'll defer to the department, but it's coming up for June 30th, I think the contract is.
Who was the previous contract holder?
It was
And
Memphis Tire Recyclers.
One more time?
Memphis Tire Recyclers.
Memphis Tire
Recyclers.
And are they a local vendor?
Yes.
And then this particular Liberty Tire Recycling, are they local?
No, not to my knowledge. They're
Okay.
Mississippi.
So, and the reason that the previous vendor was not able to participate was because they were deemed non-responsive?
James, y'all's administrative person. No, they did participate fully in this bid.
They
So
participate.
They're not deemed non-responsive, no.
Okay, so we were able to get a score for the previous vendor, correct?
James, y'all's administrative person. No, because the sealed bids don't have a score. RFPs and RFQs do, but not sealed bids.
Okay,
strictly
so
pricing.
for this particular one, who was the actual lowest bidder?
And this particular one, it was the lowest bidder was Memphis Tire Recycler based on not filling out the portion of the bid that the entire scope of work for the particular bid that the department asked for. So yes, they were the lowest based on that.
So did the scope of work change from when they held the contract to what is currently before us? Can someone speak to that?
James Gloss, administrative person, I wasn't here when they first did the contract, but to my knowledge, it was pretty much
But
the
just
same.
to the department would know, did you change the scope of work from the previous contract to this current contract?
Yes, we did, Commissioner Cliff Norville, Public Works. We asked for 2 pieces of information in the solicitation. The first piece of information that we asked for was what would be your price to collect and recycle the tires. And both Memphis Tire Recyclers and Liberty Tire answered that portion of the solicitation. And Memphis Tire Recyclers was $10 less than Liberty Tire per ton of tires for the recycling portion. The second thing that we asked for in the solicitation was a price to collect and shred tires in the event that we do have a massive tire dump. And Liberty Tire provided a price. Memphis Tire chose not to respond to that portion of the bid, and so therefore their bid was incomplete.
Because that was a required question.
That was a required question, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you. And so, Norville, a couple of questions for you.
Commissioner Sugarman, it's Director Norville.
Director Norville?
Yeah, in the same way that we asked that staff be respectful of us as commissioners, we'll do the same for the staff.
Okay, Director Norville. Okay, the next question, I have a couple questions for you. Do you have any connections or relationships with Liberty Tires?
Cliff Norville, Public Works, no ma'am.
Okay, the next question, does Liberty have a landfill in Shelby County?
Cliff
Because it wasn't
Norville-
clear when you answered that. You said something about they have some land, but is it a landfill?
Cliff Norville, Public Works, no ma'am. Liberty Tire does not have a landfill of any sort in Shelby County. They have been permitted a piece of property on Elvis Presley where they may collect and transfer tires to be removed out of the state of Tennessee to Mississippi.
Okay, and next question, what is the process, for example, if they want to change it into a landfill?
They have to go through a permitting process with the state of Tennessee to receive a permit for a landfill.
Okay, now, last question, do they have any landfill in Tennessee
There are landfills in Tennessee.
by Liberty?
No,
None in Tennessee?
none in Tennessee.
Okay, thank you.
Question's been called. We will now move to prepare the screen. Commissioner Brooks, the question was called before anyone was in the queue. Please prepare the screen for a vote. Please report the vote.
We have aye votes from, excuse me, we have aye votes from Commissioners Caswell, Mills, Shalai, Wright, Morrison, Brooks, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avent. Commissioners Sugarman and Thornton voting no. We have 8 ayes and 2 noes.
That motion passes. Parliamentarian, please read item 54.
Item 54 comes from the Law Enforcement Corrections and Courts Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Wright. Item 54 is a resolution to amend the FY 2026 grant operating budget to expend supplemental federal grant funds in the amount of $36,968 from the Office of National Drug Control Policy for the purpose of disrupting the commerce of illegal drugs through Shelby County for a total award in the amount of $113,488. This item requires the appropriation and expenditure of FY 2026 federal grant funds in the amount of $36,968, sponsored by Commissioner McWright. This item does not meet requirements of permanent rules and was sent down without recommendation in June 10th, 2026 committee meeting.
I have a motion by Commissioner Sugarman, a second by Commissioner Thornton. Could I get a motion to suspend the rules for this item to be properly before us?
So moved.
I have a motion by Commissioner Morrison, a second. A second by Commissioner Thornton. Can we do that without objection? Seeing none, so moved. Commissioner Wright, can I get a committee report?
Yes, Madam Chair, this comes down without recommendation.
Seeing no commissioners in the queue, please prepare the screen for a vote. Commissioner Wright, did you want to be recognized? Did you want to be recognized, Commissioner
Yes,
Wright?
Madam Chair, I believe we have a substitute that's been passed out or is
Oh.
being passed out, and I would move the substitute.
Okay, I have a motion to move the substitute by Commissioner Wright. I have a second by Commissioner Caswell, and we move that without,
Can we have somebody explain what
can
the
we, Commissioner Wright, can you explain the substitute, please?
Yes, Madam Chair, the only difference is this version has been reviewed by the County Attorney's Office. And so we have removed that item about not meeting the requirements.
All right, can we move the substitute without an objection? Seeing none, so moved. Please prepare the screen for a vote. Please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Mills, Shalai, Wright, Thornton, Morrison, Brooks, and Chairwoman Avent. We have 10 aye votes.
That motion passes. Parliamentarian, please read item 55.
Item
Goodness, there are not 85.
Item 55 comes from the Law Enforcement Corrections and Courts Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Wright. Item 55 is a resolution to amend the Shelby County District Attorney General's Office FY 2027 Grants Fund operating budget in the amount of $182,339 to expend funding made available from the State of Tennessee's Office of Criminal Justice Programs, amend the grant fund position control budget by adding 4.7 FTE positions, salary and fringe for the 4 partial positions totaling $182,339 from the grant, and amend the general fund position control budget by adding 4.3 FTE positions, salary and fringe for the 4 partial positions totaling up to $89,041 from existing personnel funding in the general fund. The grant is for the period of July 1, 2026 through June 30th, 2027, sponsored by Commissioner Charlie Caswell. This item does not meet requirements of the permanent rules and was substituted in June 10th, 2026 committee meeting.
I have a motion by Commissioner Sugarman, a second by Commissioner Caswell. Commissioner Wright, can I get a committee report?
Yes, Madam Chair, this comes down with a favorable recommendation.
All right, do we need a motion to suspend the rules? I have a motion by Commissioner Wright to suspend the rules, a second by Commissioner Caswell. Can we do so without objection? This item is properly before us. Is there anything else that's needed on here? Okay. Commissioner Morrison?
Thank you. General Mulroy, would it be possible to receive these grant funds without adding FTEs, in other words, with your existing positions?
Shelby County District Attorney Steve Mulroy. I'm sorry, Commissioner Morrison, would it be possible to receive the grant funds without?
Would it be possible for you to receive these grant funds without adding new FTEs, in other words, with your existing positions?
Yes, Shelby County District Attorney Steve Mulroy. And my CAO is on her way, so she may be able to answer better than I, but the answer is this does not encompass any new extra positions. The 4 victim witness coordinating positions are already in existence. For various accounting purposes, since they're starting with a new grant, the grant requires us to zero out those positions and then it technically create new ones for the purposes of the grant. But there's no net increase in the number of FTEs. These 4 FTEs, they exist right now. They are victim witness coordinators in those roles. The same people would continue at the same salary. So I think the way you phrased it, it's hard for me to answer, but I think
Thank you,
made
that,
my clear.
that you answered my question.
Yes,
then.
okay.
I just was wanting to ensure that we're not, in fact, adding positions.
We are not.
Thank you.
Definitely not.
Commissioner Clay Bibbs?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do recall in committee where Director Tipton stated this would be a lot easier conversation if you stayed within the grant. I'm trying to see Ms. Tipton where she is, okay. If she could come down and explain that, because although you're saying this is not any new positions, are we still outside of what the grant can cover?
And Commissioner, may I have an opportunity to respond to that, or you want Ms. Tipton to do
I
that?
want Ms. Tipton first to respond, and then you can after.
Thank you. Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. What they're asking or requesting is that they use general fund dollars to support the grant. So that was our issue, was using general fund dollars in addition to the grant funds that are coming in. So they're not adding positions. They have 4. Last year, it was approved for them to use general fund dollars to support the grant. So they're asking to do that again this year.
So the question is still using general fund dollars for now until the grant comes in. Like, I just want to make sure we're clear on what we're voting for.
Okay. Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance, that is another question. we wait on the fund dollars to come in, and while we're waiting on the grant fund dollars to come in, general fund dollars are used. Cash is being sent out the door to pay salaries. So general fund dollars are used, but once the grant comes in, it replenishes what was used from general fund.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. General, when I heard you say that, that was great. General Mulroy, DA Mulroy, this particular item, so it's an amendment to your budget request for fiscal year 27, is that correct?
I'll defer to my CAO.
Jessica Indengaro, the Chief Administrative Officer for the District Attorney's Office. Yes, we could not build it in because the existing VSSG grant expires June 30th. This is a new grant contract. So we could not build it in because they are two different contracts. So as soon as the contract became available, we worked toward getting it before you.
And so just help me understand what's happening with this particular caption here. So we are saying that in addition to what you've been budgeted for fiscal year 27, you're asking for an additional 182,000?
We are asking you, this is Jessica Indengaro from the District Attorney's Office. I'm the Chief Administrative Officer. We are asking you to sign a contract that accepts $182,339. And that will be reimbursed to the county every month.
And that sounds great. The use of the funds, can you just say what will the benefit be to Shelby County?
May I?
Please.
This grant funds would be used in the exact same way that they have already been used and that you all approved 9-0 last year, which is to continue to fund 4 victim witness coordinators that have already worked in our office, to continue for them to work in the Special Victims Unit. And so they will specifically work with victims of child abuse, child sex abuse, and elder abuse. These are vulnerable victims, and we already are overburdened, and we need to continue these 4 victim witness coordinator positions to continue to do that work. If this item is not approved, then we will have to lay them off.
Okay, and just 2 follow-up questions. One, victim coordination, I've seen it more for violent crime advocates where they say that they just need additional support. So I do see this is an important role to continue to fund. And then the second question is just, how for sure are these funds? Is this something that we can guarantee that we'll continue to be able to offer to the public, or can you just give us a gauge of just what you're having to do to secure the funds and how sustainable is this particular investment in the future?
District Attorney Steve Mulroy, this is the same type of funding that we have received consistently for years, and this will continue. There's no reason to suspect that these state grant funds will stop. However, if you'll recall last year when you approved this exact thing in the exact same way, Commissioner Bradford added an amendment that specified that if for any reason the state grant funds stopped, the county would not be under any obligation whatsoever to continue to make up the difference. That exact identical language appears in this resolution as well.
Thank you.
It does or it does not?
Hi, I'm Jessica Indengaro, the Chief Administrative Officer in the District Attorney's Office. I expected that this would be on the agenda much later this evening, so this version does not. I'm happy to provide paragraph language if you would like to consider that as an amendment, but I can read you the language if that would assist.
So, Commissioner Caswell, I would recommend moving this to the Hill, that the language is updated for this resolution, and we come back, give you an opportunity to do that. Commissioner Caswell, do you want to speak?
I want, go ahead and make that motion to move it to
Okay,
the-
well, a motion to move it to the Hill, Ms. Indengaro, if you could go make sure that that language will move this to the Hill, and we'll come back and take this item up later.
Thank you.
Okay. Colleagues, we're going to move to item 47. You've been passed out 2 documents. Of those 2 documents, it gives you an, for the original resolution, Commissioner Wright, the 6,000, the breakdown of that, of both the overtime personnel, ammunition, materials, operation, food service, and attorney fees, and the Yes. And then the second handout that was passed out shows what the amended amount was that took off the materials, operation, and ammunition. So we're gonna go back to this item. It's item 47. Parliamentarian, if you could read this into the record.
Yes, we are returning to item 47, which comes from the Budget and Finance Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Whaley. Item 47 is a resolution amending the fiscal year 2026 operating budget to reallocate and appropriate $4,933,977 from the general fund unassigned fund balance to fund public safety expenses, including overtime payments, operational materials, and unanticipated food service costs. This item requires the reallocation, and appropriation of general fund unassigned fund balance in the amount of $4,933,977, sponsored by Commissioner McWright and Commissioner Amber Mills. The item did not meet requirements of the permanent rules and was substituted and sent down without recommendation in June 10th, 26th committee meeting. It was moved by Commissioner Whaley, seconded by Commissioner Mills. The rules were suspended. The item was amended by Commissioner Wright, seconded by Commissioner Mills. The amount was amended from $4,933,977 to $5,999,980. It was objected by Commissioner Sugarman. I believe the question was called and the item was moved to the Hill.
Okay. That was a lot that happened for this one item. All right, so we are now on the amended item, which is before us. If there are anyone that wants to get into the queue. Okay, so the item before us is the amended amount of $5,999,980. That's what you're voting on. If you vote aye, that means that you are accepting this amended amount. If you vote no, you are not accepting the amended amount. And then we go back to the item as it was previously of $4,933,977. Aye means you are accepting the amended amount of $5,999,980. Understand? Okay. All right, please prepare the screen for a vote. Madam Clerk, please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Mills, Wright, Morrison, and Bradford. Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Shalai, Thornton, and Chairwoman Avent have voted no. We have 4 ayes and 7 noes.
That motion fails. The item before us now is a resolution for $4,933,977. Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen for a vote. Madam Clerk, please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Mills, Shalai, Wright, Thornton, Morrison, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avent. We have 11 aye votes.
That motion passes. Commissioner Whaley, I think we have, in this discussion, had great conversation about how we know that there are some needs of the county, this being one, and I hope that we endeavor as through this budget process to think through how we can come up with opportunity to fund the additional that was removed from the budget. All right, we're gonna go back to the agenda items. We're gonna go back to item 43.
Item 43 comes from the Budget and Finance Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Whaley. Item 43 is an ordinance third reading, ordinance fixing the tax rate for Shelby County at blank dollars for the tax year 2027, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley. This item was sent down without recommendation in June 10th, 2026 committee meeting. I do want to note that this item is on third reading. However, we can delay reading the entirety of the ordinance into the record until we are on our final reading when we're ready to take up the item for voting.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Sugarman. We have a second by Commissioner Caswell. Commissioner Whaley, have a committee report.
Yes, this item comes down without recommendation.
Okay, would you like to go ahead and share, Commissioner Whaley, on this item?
Yes. So this is the third reading of the tax rate ordinance, so unless we intend to suspend the rules, and if the tax rate that we fill in the blanks, if it's above the recapture rate, we'd have to go to a fourth reading. So that's what's built in. This would be the time, I think, for us to work out what we want that amendment to be. I do have a substitute for this item being prepared. It was actually just, I think, being printed right now. But what I can do, if it's okay with you, Madam Chair, is I can go over what is contained within it, and then the motion I would make on that substitute should be accepted.
Okay.
So the substitute simply adds a further ordained clause that would restrict 2 pennies on the tax rate to increase the fund balance. So that's something that would go directly to increasing the fund balance to bring it up closer to our fund balance policy. And then what the motion that I would make would be to set the overall tax rate at $2.71. $2.69 of that would be the same rate that we're at today, but it'd be an increase over the recapture rate of about 2.5 pennies. Those 2.5 pennies generate about 8.7 million. That's intended to be able to cover the obligations that we have, including the amendments we made on Wednesday, but allows us to sort of stay within that parameter. And then any additional revenue, so the additional 2 pennies would be dedicated solely to the fund balance, which I think is quite critical and important that we think about the sustainability of the county, and increasing the fund balance is a really important step toward ensuring that. So that would be the motion that I'll make, and again, I know they're in the middle of printing this out, but just for consideration, that would be the motion I would make on item 43.
Commissioner Caswell? Well, once the motion, once it's presented properly before us, I think Commissioner Whaley would like us to have a printed copy so that we could see that in writing. So if you'd like to speak to this or something else?
Yeah, I'd like to speak to this.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I appreciate even what Commissioner Whaley is speaking to, the need for, one, restoring the fund balance. And I heard my colleagues on last week in committee, and when I shared a document that talked about a raise to $2.72 investment, to the point that we are not addressing a lot of the issues in our community at the root cause, and we continue to see the same cycle over and over again. And I know that we still had other items that didn't get heard in committee, and to hear the budget chair speak about already being almost locked in without even some of those other items being considered, which some of those items are, many to me, root cause issues. When we talk about these individuals that's coming out of our jail, and we're not addressing reentry. When we talk about that we don't want to charge them a tax for doing it, but we also have nothing to say how do we help restore them with opportunities for certification through CDL programs and many other things like that. When I think about many of these grassroots organizations, Heal the 901, I still see Brother Kevin and those individuals out there, when they're working with these individuals in the community, what I continue to hear over and over again, we don't have nothing to offer them. And so when we don't have nothing to offer them, they go back to that same environment that impacts our public safety. So I did hear colleagues that speak to some of the things that were suggested, and everything that I have, even in the document that I should just share it with you all, deal with public safety, public health, the education, our infrastructure, and as well, it talks about a $5 million investment back into our reserve over the next 5 years while addressing many of those other issues. I just asked my body to, again, listen to all the people. I know they had to leave. They probably expecting to be here to midnight with us, and I know they're coming back. But to know that that they came to be heard because, again, going back to when we talked about the joint office, on paper, we got the city and county came together to form the joint office to be this national model. We just had the leader come down from DC to share that over 1,500 plus individuals are going to be here in October to look at this national model that's not investing into a national model. So I'm asking this body to really consider when we talk about how do we get a return on investment, it's about making our streets safer. It's about making our neighborhoods safer. It's about investing into many of the people who are ending up in this justice system due to the large increase of arrests through the task force. And I just feel like right now where we're going, we're not thinking ahead in that capacity. And I just ask this body to think ahead. I'll get back in the queue. Thank you.
Commissioner Morrison?
Thank you. Director Tipton, I've got a couple of questions for you. Is it correct that the recapture rate, isn't it correct that it's 266? Is that?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. That is correct, yes.
Okay, so the proposal before us is, what was it? 6-cent property tax rate increase. And the penny value is 3.5 million. What is it?
3,314,504.
Okay. So I understand we're stuck because we've spent more than we've took in, but at the same time, commissioners, we really need to realize that Shelby County has not grown over the last decade. And raising the property tax rate is going to hurt, not help, our working poor. It's going to hurt housing affordability. It's going to hurt our ability to attract citizens. And it's going to hurt those that I know all of us want to help. That's my perspective, so my philosophical perspective. So the way to grow our county is not to raise property taxes. We're already a very, very heavily taxed county, and our citizens don't support this. I believe we could work together to balance the budget, and so I'm against the increase. Thank you.
Okay. Trustee Newman?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Chairman Avant. Regina Newman, County Trustee. The recapture rate is 2.663814.
Thank you.
Commissioner Whaley?
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm going to move this substitute that's got the further ordained clause that 2 cents would be allocated to the fund balance.
So there's a motion to move the substitute by Commissioner Whaley. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Shalai. Can we do that without objection? Okay, seeing none, so moved. Okay, so the item before us is item 43, which I think Commissioner Whaley, is there a motion to add a number for the tax?
Yeah,
rate?
you're right. So I'm going to make that motion that I mentioned earlier, but just wanted to thank you, Trustee Newman, for clarifying the recapture rate. So the rate that I'm proposing at 2.71 is about 4.5 cents above the recapture rate, which if you look at just that lower rate, it's about a 1.5% increase and less than a 1% increase over what citizens are paying right now. So it's a relative, I mean, objectively, it's a small increase, but I think it does a few things. One, it makes sure that we are able to function day to day and take care of the obligations that we have. But it also makes an intentional effort in the substitute to be able to contribute back to the fund balance. Because contributing back to our fund balance is what allows us to be healthy financially and allows us to adapt to any kind of emergencies or things that may come up or other needs that may arise. That growing the fund balance and bringing it back within policy should be a worthy goal, which is why I'm proposing we do that this year. So my motion will be to amend the tax rate for fiscal year '27 to be $2.71. Of that, $1.26 would go to the general fund, $1.16 would go to the education fund, and 29 cents would go to the debt service fund.
There's a motion by Commissioner Whaley to amend the tax, with identifying a tax rate at $2.71. $2.71. Is there a second? A second by Commissioner Shelby. Can we do that without objection? Okay. I have an objection by Commissioner Mills. All right, so. Okay, so with this, this would need a majority vote for the tax rate to be accepted. I am going to go to, I think there's a public comment card, and then I'm going to come back to you, Commissioner Caswell. Andrea Bell.
Good evening, Commissioners. Andrea Bell, 38125. We always hear this thing about accountability, 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 especially during election year, when in fact, we should have been accountable on the first day in office. Let's be honest here. We don't need property tax increase. When we make bad decisions, we don't get a tap on the hand and say, it's okay. When I have a budget at home and I go over my budget, I can't pull money from the sky and say, hey, John, can you help me with this budget? I have to stand firm and do cutbacks and find a way to balance the budget like Commissioner Morrison stated. Let's keep in mind, in my area, I'm just going to tell you, we have retirees. The highest expense for them on a fixed income is property taxes. And then we're talking about the Social Security depletion in what year? Did y'all hear that word, that world news? 2035 Social Security depletion. We already talk about a dwindling tax base. You're hurting our people by increasing the taxes. Find another way. Everything is fine, what you said, Commissioner Caswell, public safety, health. That is wonderful. But we must find another way to get revenues. There is a way, and we must do it for the sake of the Shelby Countyans who work hard here every day and live and love this county. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bell, excuse me. Commissioner Caswell.
Thank you, Chair. I just say, yeah, it has been another way. You just heard it. The increase in overtime for sheriff. We're paying for it. We're paying for it because we are failing to make investment. When we look at this city in Shelby County, how we have invested out and not in. Many of our surrounding suburbs have benefited off the back of our inner city for generations. When we talk about the tax rate, Madam Trustee, to a $100,000 house, we're talking about $2.50. Many of our homes can't even get over that value of $2.50 per penny. So if we're talking about, I think, a 5 cents, you're talking about $15 a year on many of the houses in our community. They're paying for it every day with them individuals that's committing the crimes in their neighborhood, which we are doing nothing about. I can say this for a fact that when Hill 901, that's Hill 901 Block Squad, when their dollars was cut, even from the state, last Saturday, them organization was still in our community, patrolling the streets when violence, things was taking place in our community, not even being paid to do the work. Not the police or not the first responder. It's these individuals that we're not doing so. When we talk about before the task force got here, 25% reduction in crime in our community before the task force. It wasn't just because the police showed up. It's because we had organizations out there doing root cause work that's not being invested into. Why? Because we're putting $10 million into the sheriff's department, we're putting more money into the jails, and we're not addressing these root cause issues. Until we get to, as a county, to do that, we're going to continue to see the can being kicked down the road. I challenge, even to the point, I got many of those households, my Commissioner Morrison, I hear you, that many of these individuals have moved into the homes of family members because their rent in Fraser then went from $700 to $1,500. They're not leaving, they can't afford to stay. And we're not investing so that they can have upskills in the other things that are making our communities better and a better quality of life. Again, I know this on many of our suburban communities, they went up in their taxes last year. They provided public safety. And it was quiet about how they invested into their community. But when we're talking about for many of the communities in Shelby County that have went disinvested for generations and decades to create the monster that we're seeing and the trauma that many of these children are faced with now, it's because we didn't, and they continue to do so. Quiet. But we're saying we're making noise. We're talking about a $15 a year investment into some change. And let me say this quickly, when you talk about us not being responsible, the fact that we kept kicking new schools down the road, hospitals down the road, everything down the road, but this body had stood up to do something that should have been done 10 years ago. Thank you.
All right, Vice Chair Bradford.
One question for Commissioner Whaley and one question for parliamentarian. Would you run back down through the blanks on the second page, what's going to education fund real quick? I took notes, but I can't remember in a moment.
Yes, sorry, so the education fund is 1.16. General fund is 1.26, and the debt fund is 29 cents.
I'm sorry,
So let me,
29.
29 cents. So let me give you just a quick background on how these are different from the proposal. So the proposal had, so education fund remains constant. The debt service fund is reduced by a penny because the intent is that that could help fund some of the immediate needs internally from the county that we'd be able to look at as a budget amendment on Wednesday. I've worked with Director Tipton to ensure that we can cover the debt service. So it allows us to actually cover something that normally would be bond funded but can be funded via the penny that was in debt service to the general fund. And then the additional pennies are in the general fund, 2 of which would be dedicated to the fund balance.
Okay, thank you. And then I think what's in front of us is just the amendment. If this passes and then the full item passes, then this would be heard again on the 4th reading at the end of the month. And
Yes.
if we change it at that time, then that's going to require us to suspend the rules.
I think you could suspend the rules to vote on it as amended today, if you so chose.
No, I wouldn't, I mean, anyone can make a motion, but I wouldn't make that motion. I think it's fair to take it to a fourth reading because we still have a lot of amendments to look at the operating budget.
Okay, with a fourth reading, you don't have to suspend the rules, because that's what the rule requires, that if.
Well, I think the question was if we amend it again on the fourth reading,
Got it.
does
Yes,
it
sir.
require a
Yes,
fifth
sir.
reading or a
Yes, so-
suspension of the rules?
So, just to be clear, colleagues, we know that there are other budget amendments that have to be heard on June 24th, okay? So this is a proposal that Commissioner Whaley has provided, but there are still budget amendments. This gives you an idea based on what we would have in whatever is decided, the 271, or whatever tax rate this body decides. It gives you an idea of how much we still have unfunded for those budget items. So it gives you a way to understand the gap. If you have the 271, it gives you how much you'll have in, how much we will have in, for each penny created with this 2-cent increase, as well as what would be going to the fund balance. So that when you hear the other budget amendments on the 24th, because you already have a tally thus far of the 4.6 million that we've agreed to on last Wednesday. There are still budget amendments that will be coming before us on the 24th. Is that understood? Okay, Commissioner Mills?
Thank you. Ms. Bell, I heard you, and I agreed with you. I agree with Commissioner Morrison. We have not gotten to our basics of what we are supposed to fund with county government. We have spent money. If money were the answer, the ARPA funds would have taken care of a lot of our issues. But it's embarrassing to look at that millions and millions of dollars that came in, and the CARES funding too, at how it was spent. I mean, we spent trips for people, a hip hop consultant, I mean, all the money like that. And now we're gonna raise taxes, and we haven't even used a red pen to cut one thing yet. I'm looking at our commission budget, and I see over $1 million that I'm questioning, why are we not cutting there? I mean, we're asking for our taxpayers to pay more. If taxes weren't a problem for them, we wouldn't have a tax relief fund with people needing it and a waiting list for relief. So I'm questioning jumping to raising taxes. I think it's an insult to our taxpayers of Shelby County when we've gone beyond funding what we are required to fund as a county government. We haven't used a red pen to cut the first thing, not even in our own budget. We've grown it, and yet we're going to ask the taxpayers, you pull more money out of your pocket because we can't control our spending in county government. So that's why I oppose the higher tax rate. Thank you.
Commissioner Brooks?
Thank you. Just real quick, I am not a tax increase person, never have been, don't want to be. But we are at a juncture. Well, let me just say, put it this way. I am at a juncture right now where I will not ignore the needs of our children, our senior citizens, and our healthcare system, our education system, all of and most importantly also, public transit. We have some serious issues here, and we cannot afford to do as we've done previous years. There are some cuts that need to be made. Maybe so. Maybe there are some expenditures that should not have been made. But poor people and people who have been overlooked in every budget should not have to pay for that. And then they are paying a disproportionate, we, poor people, are paying a disproportionate share of taxes. So yes, I know I heard my colleagues say, oh, well, let's put that $12.50 fee on these poor folks. Yeah, let them pay it. They can pay that. Oh, no, but we can't raise taxes on homeowners who pay a disproportionately less amount of taxes. So I don't want to have who pays more, who pays less. What I want to talk about is how can we help people who are funding this budget? How can we help people who've been left behind? We're talking about housing, transit, children who have nothing to do and they're acting out, mental health, education, and pre-K. So something has to be done. And I am not a tax increase person, but we got to do something. We cannot do the same thing. I can't support yours because my colleague over there, because it doesn't do enough. I can't support yours, even though the logic and theory and all that is what we should do. But you're leaving out a big component, people who are paying the bills. And we got to figure out a way to do something. Maybe we need to go back to the table and do some cuts. Cut some things. We might need to, but if it comes down to it, just put me in the tax increase column.
Commissioner Caswell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, we're talking about 19 years below, 2 cents below the tax rate. We're talking about when we got here, people working for Shelby County, living in poverty, not out east, in my neighborhood, where they cannot afford to pay their house note, where they cannot afford, that work for this government, $31,000 a year. We're talking about having to work 2 jobs, working with their children who can't even afford for no after-school program, no tutoring, no nothing else. And we wonder why the literacy rate that it is, because the children got to raise themselves in many of these communities we have left behind. All boats rise when we make the investments to do it. I hear my colleague talk about the ARPA dollars, and it's sad that a lot, when we got here, just about every penny of it was gone. We get saved about 18 to get the mental health jail built. And I know some was spent on some other issues that was from this body, but we got to think about, and again, I want to see some other things that can be cut if there is. I've been going back and forth, but we raised salaries a couple of times of people that was living in poverty. We talking about we invested in a new hospital, invested in new schools. That's needed. My colleagues in the suburb, they may not. I love Collierville New School, but kids in Fraser was living in mold in leaky buildings with holes in the wall. And still, we are talking about how do we bring them up with no hope. It's cute that we can say that we don't need to do anything, but it's not cute to those who've been suffering for decades and generations in our communities with no real investment because there have been no real vision. And so I think, as we think about it, everything has rose. When somebody talk about what we paying at our houses, that's for every one of us in this county. Sheriff's Department pay more for gas, more for food. We got other departments that's paying more. But nothing is changing. We're still trying to drive a 2002 Cadillac, and we 19 years later trying to use the same mold and think we're going to move Shelby County forward. We're not in the way that we are. Yes, look at what can be still cut. If we can get it down, get it down. But we cut last year, and then had to come back and put the money right back in the budget after we cut to pay for the thing. So if it was something there to be cut, it would have been cut. Why we had to put it back in the budget? The jail, the money we took out for juvenile court, put it back in the budget. Over and over, things that had to go back because we had it was a night forum that night, but 2 months later, all that changed. Then task force came, and now we can't afford to feed the people in the jail without using prevention and intervention money that should have went to these organizations, but had to go to feed people in the jails.
Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so I hear all of my colleagues. And since I've been here, sitting in this chair, we've over budgeted time and time again. The actuals aren't there. I mean, let's go back to the actuals and let's start there. That's one way we can cut these budgets, because we keep over budgeting and the actuals do not dictate that we need that much, first of all. Second of all, I would love for each of the commissioners to look at the budget and start making cuts. Our fixed costs are increasing and have been increasing since I've been here. And our tax base is shrinking. And so there was a concern, we have to be more creative. And, maybe some of us can think about it, maybe we can find other means, but we cannot continue to be taxing. We've increased the will tax, we've increased fees and fines and this, that, and the other. We're continuing to tax people to death. And you say, yeah, the wealthy are going to have to pay more in taxes. I do understand that. But at the same time, the middle class are paying more as well. And these investors, they're just going to pass on that increase to the renters, and people are suffering. People are now moving in together to find families, coming together, moving in. Millennials are having issues, with, they can't afford to buy a house. And so I understand, I feel the pain of my colleague. But you know what? The task force is just beginning. And we need to make sure that we make them accountable and make them pay for what they're doing to our county. And so until we can do those kinds of things, we've got to stop just saying, oh, we're benefiting everybody. Because in my district, no, we're not. We're not. My constituents have told me, no, no, no. You have one here in the audience. You heard her passion. And so I cannot continue to say we're going to just, have a property tax increase. I understand there are other issues, but not this year. In 2027, you can hear all these different cuts from the federal government. So that means next year we're talking about maybe potentially another property tax increase. We've got to figure this out together. Our tax base is shrinking. Our fixed costs are rising. You hear every division coming in every year, hiring more and more people. Really? Really? Are services increasing? No. But the personnel, and we have increased the lowest paid individuals with the living wage ordinance. So the minimum is $40,000. We're doing what we can with our budget. But right now, a tax increase, I cannot support that.
Commissioner Whaley?
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So first, just want to again make sure we're clear on what's being proposed, which is about a 1.7% increase in the recapture rate. So 1.7% over, it was, I think, 19 years or so. Yeah, well, so doesn't even cover all of that, 20 years. So in 0.9% over the current rate today. I understand that's still an amount greater than zero, but I want to bring us back to the responsibility we have over the county's finances and the size of the fund balance. This year, we had to take a tax anticipation note from the debt service fund to cover general operating expenses. This coming fall, we heard in committee, we are likely not only to have to do that again, but it'll be larger and it'll be external. When you take an external tax anticipation note, they charge interest. Interest rates are high right now, so the cost of inaction arguably is much, much higher, because it's not just the cost of the capital to go out for debt, it's the cost of all of our debt and all of our future debt that could be an issue. So I understand that 1.7% is greater than zero, but I cannot underscore how important it is that we add to the fund balance, and by all means, we should go back and find other things to cut out and trim, because that'll increase the amount that we need to add to the fund balance. But we're talking about tens of millions of dollars, $50 million potentially, which is just not acceptable. So we have got to put something back into the fund balance, and I understand that it's hard to do, but it is the responsibility we have to this county. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Whaley. And Commissioner Morrison, we do have 2 comment cards, so I'll let you, before we get to the other commissioners, let me go ahead and get the 2 comment cards. I'm sorry.
My question is sort of specific to Commissioner Whaley's comment.
Sure.
Through the chair. With your comments, which I understand about the debt service, it's counterintuitive that we would then be taking a penny away from the debt service.
Do you want to respond?
I mean, I'm more than happy if we keep it where it's at, but the penny moving from the debt service fund to the general fund was intended to be able to find a funding source for the urgent need we have around juvenile court. That's the only reason for that. And so I wanted to confirm with finance that we did have enough funding to cover the debt service payments. But I think the bigger issue beyond that is that in of itself is not enough to cover the general fund cash shortfall based on the current trends in the current fund balance. So the intent within the substitute is to dedicate, rather than pull from fund balance, we add to the fund balance. We're still probably gonna have to do a tax anticipation note. And so because I understand the angst around even doing a 1% increase here, but at least it lowers the cost of that debt that we'll have to go out for to cover those obligations in the first couple quarters of the next fiscal year.
Through the chair, then again, that's the reason that we really need to live within our means. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to take the two public comments and then I'll come back to you, Commissioner Brooks and Commissioner Thornton. First is Suzanne Jackson.
Good evening, Suzanne Jackson, 38111. Thanks for allowing this comment. You're speaking of financial health and of losing population. Dozens of people spoke last week at the city council meeting and raised up a number of the issues that a couple of the commissioners here tonight have listed as being critical to our survival. Even if we don't listen to the community, to the individuals, to the families, to the people who are struggling with all the increases that people have faced in these last few months, this last year, and all of the uncertainty that we face. Certainly, I would think you'd look at the Milken Institute that has ranked Memphis and Shelby County 205 out of 206 urban communities. Meanwhile, Nashville's 19, Knoxville's 33, Clarksville's 67, Chattanooga's 62, and Jackson is 113. We're 205 of 206. What are they looking at? They're looking at job growth, wage growth, high-tech industry growth, access to economic opportunity, housing affordability, broadband access, income inequality, community resilience, and a few more. Certainly, I've been looking, the budget that is written says that for 14 years there's been no tax increase. And folks are not even really talking about an increase, they're talking about an adjustment to get us back to the level that we have been at. We're way down low compared to when I first got here. To keep not investing in all of the community, to not put the funds that we have, to use the same old for decades,
Thank you.
dozens of decades.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Thank you.
Doesn't work. Thank you.
Our next public comment card is Cardell Oren.
Cardell Oren, 38112. You get a mother-son 1-2 pack punch. With Stand for Children Tennessee and the Moral Budget Coalition, just to reiterate some of the things I said in committee last week, we are, as Suzanne said, we are not really talking about a tax increase if we look over the last 10 years. We're talking about a tax adjustment of a drastic decrease that's mandated by our conservative government to try to force you to keep government small. We've gone from just in the last 10 years, not even talking about the last 20 years, just in the last 10 years, we've gone from 437 tax rate to 269 tax rate. That's 168 cents lower. And over the 10 years, we've foregone over $1 billion in revenue. What could those things have gone to if we had just moderately taken in some of the value that's created in our community? The reason that the tax rate goes down so drastically is because some property values, we know not across the board, especially not in North and South Memphis, but in downtown, Midtown, Poplar Corridor, East Memphis, that property values are going up largely. And the people whose property values are going up, where wealth is being created, are getting a discount on their taxes and what they should be investing in our community. What we have seen is that, with all due respect to Commissioner Morrison, that we can't continue to do the same things. What the prospect has been over the years has been to say, well, we got to reduce the tax rate because that will stop people from voting with their taillights. We've reduced the tax rate over the last 10 years, 168 cents, and we are now losing population. It has been stagnant for that time period, and we are now losing population. It doesn't work to do the same things. Trickle-down economics, which is our prevailing philosophy of reducing the tax rate, giving pilots, investing in corporations, and thinking somehow that will trickle down to the people. They will be able to buy housing, they will be able to do more and move on. It doesn't work. Renters are already paying more.
Thank you, Mr. Orr.
And retirees can freeze
Thank you,
their
Mr.
taxes.
Orr.
We got to do more. We got to invest in
Thank you,
people.
Mr. Orr. Commissioner Brooks?
Just one thing, just to say, I agree with the comments, the two commenters before my comments. And I agree with my colleague over here. We should be responsible, take care of our business, our fiscal business, the county's fiscal business, the taxpayers' fiscal business. So we need to do that. Let's do that. And then let's spend some time figuring out what needs to be cut, eliminated, trimmed, so that we can take care of some of these pressing needs. We have some pressing needs, and people cannot be ignored over and over and over, and then be expected to pay money to support to subsidize their being ignored. You just can't do that. That's a responsibility we have too, right there, for our constituents. We need to make life better for our seniors, our children, our healthcare system, our education system. We've got to do something to help, not hinder. And we cannot pass this budget without putting an emphasis on lifting them up. So, and I agree with my colleague, the finance chair over here, budget chair. Let's take care of our responsibility. I don't want to be irresponsible. Let's do that.
Commissioner Thornton? Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. I want to say just to Commissioner Caswell, thank you for championing, pushing the body to be able to go beyond and to think about these opportunities that we get to invest. I just want to say, when I see the proposal you submitted, I've seen what the moral budget has submitted. I do want to see those two pushes to consolidate so that we can get on the same page and we can all know what we're doing. Are we, to Commissioner Brooks' point, to do it, is the amount that needs to be is still not clear to me. And so, I mean, we don't have as much time to be able to talk about this, but I would hope to see that we would put some urgency to be able to get a figure. And specifically what I'm looking for is because oftentimes, like Regional 1, we earmark more funds than what we can expend. When we think about what type of multi-year plan we need to put ourselves on, how much does it cost for this fiscal year 27 budget to be on track and to push, which gets me to my next point. I have serious trust issues with the commission saying that it wants to do something and it getting done. We have to, in these moments, own the fact that the commission stated that we had a plan for universal pre-K, and the mayor was able to get with legal to put a contractual agreement that completely invalidates the vision of this body. So that's not lost to me. We can sit here and we can increase the tax rate, but what happens in the mayor's office, the commission has not reconciled. It continues to be an undermining of the vision and investment of the commission and the executive branch getting to exercise its authority. So I'm gonna need to hear the mayor, future mayoral candidates come down to be able to talk about what it is that we're buying into, because I'm not going to assume that what we say is going to go. I do think that we also need to just talk about another glaring thing. We have an infrastructure issue in Shelby County. So Darrell, I see that you're still in the audience. As everyone was standing, I just want to double down on this. It's the same thing with gun violence intervention investment. We're going to beef up, hopefully, in the best case, invest heavily in all of the infrastructure we have specifically for gun violence, while overlooking that we don't even have neighborhood associations. So I keep saying this from the perspective of an underserved district. We right now have $4.5 million earmarked to District 10. The mayor has not signed off on a single contract for our district. So there's something bigger than just a tax rate issue here, and I just want us to be able to address it, because I cannot have hope in what is the vision that you're pushing forward, seeing that it's completely undermined by a completely different elected official, and none of the advocates are speaking up to that issue. I sit here and I listen to public comment cards. I don't hear people talking about other issues that we need to address. Thank you.
Commissioner Caswell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just quickly to my colleague point, this is something to midnight, all since committee been working with the more budget people, other collaborators to do something to come to some type of compromise. As I said in committee, we understand we can't eat an elephant with one bite at a time. It was like, how do we get something for the people in the community done to help? And again, if we look at, even we got, and I hate to get that document out to y'all, show the return on investment is greater than this investment. Even at a 19 million with 5 million going into the reserve, we're talking about 60 and 70 million dollars return on investment back to our county by the work that's being done in our community long term. You don't get that by doing nothing. And at this point where this body did last year, nothing. This year, if we don't do nothing with what we're facing right now with the task force, with the redistricting, no federal dollars coming out. And again, I appreciate Congressman Coyne already approving, moving forward money for the Youth and Family Resource Center in our proposal that we gave from this body, but that can go away because he's the only one that was given any appropriations to us in Shelby County to do some of that work, but that go away. This body got to be found to continue to sustain the return on investment that many don't want to look at. $1 in prevention is worth a lot more into intervention and suppression that we've been doing. So I appreciate the Youth and Family Resource Center for making those, for the work that they've been doing. That's been preventing many of these kids from going into the justice system. That is saving taxpayer a lot more than what we see. I appreciate what these prevention and intervention workers do, because to not see another murder happen because they sitting there with the shooters and their families and preventing them to go do more shootings can cost this county a lot more work, and all the evidence and research shows this. And so again, if there's ways to get to this without an increase, I'd love to see it. I just brought what I can bring with looking at the fact we've been cutting, and every year have to replace and get further in the hole. Thank you.
Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. I do want to encourage my colleagues that are here today in this conversation to really take this moment seriously, because once the new commission comes on board, they're going to be in a different political position to be able to push this forward. So if we're going to do it, Commissioner Caswell, to Cardell in the audience, like now is the time to do it. And when we talk about, we talk about these historic lows, tax rates, I just want to bring in another term that hasn't been brought into the conversation, the market value. That's what's making the unprecedented tax bills. I don't know if y'all looked at y'all's tax bills, but I know for mine, it was historically high. And so the tax rate didn't increase, but the market value did. And so because this market is growing, these tax bills are very, very high for people without us even touching the tax rate. So just keep that in mind. We have to offer the public a good, solid package if we are to move forward with any conversations about increasing the tax rate, because this is the piece too. The mayor is not going to have to headline. It's going to read the county commission increase the tax rate. The mayor is going to say the budget that I presented did not propose a tax rate increase, and we are going to get the blame for it. But going back to my earlier point, the commission is going to get blamed, but commission things are getting blocked. So I just feel like we have to name what is the evil in the room to be able to say, you know, the mayor needs to be brought into these conversations when we're talking about these tax rate increase and what's happening. And, you know, the cost of inaction, Commissioner Whaley, I couldn't agree more. The cost of our dollars sitting on the mayor's desk has cost us a lot in communities where, Darrell, we've wanted to invest, but we couldn't get the dollars to the community. So, I mean, you know, don't fight for one without fighting for the other. We have to be able to address all the issues that are here if we're going to move forward and actually put whatever is an increase for consideration or what is voted on into action. So I just, you know, I have to double down on that, and I hope that someone is listening. We as constituents that want to see more, there's more work that we're going to have to do, and these conversations, we just got to have more of them. Like I feel like we should be doing ad hocs leading into budget seasons. It has to be really thought out, because the way that we will be drugged in the media, which for us really matters a lot, it's going to be bad based on what we know. We cannot convince the public is going to be a guaranteed outcome.
Commissioner Caswell, you've spoken 2 times. I'm going to ask if your comments could be held, because we know we're going to refer this back to committee, right? This is just to vote on the amendment, but this still has to go back to committee. We are not voting on a tax rate that is final tonight. So I'm going to ask if we have another public comment card. 1 minute.
1 minute, 1 minute. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to say again, when we talk about the valuation of our homes going, that's a good thing. In my community, we had homes as low as $150,000. Now people can take equity out of their homes and invest. So that's a good thing. That's not a bad thing that our valuation went up. We can invest, and we can do better than what the value of our community was because of this investment for so many years that led to that downfall in the community. So thank you, Madam Chair.
LaShonta Rudd. Please state your name and zip code for the record.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. LaShonta Rudd, 1200 Davis Street, Memphis, Tennessee. I just want to say this to you guys. Just because something is permissible doesn't mean that we should do it. You guys need to think about the community as it relates to property taxes, okay? There's a lot of people in our communities are hurting. It's specifically the community that I live in, District 10. District 10 does not look like District 13 or District 12. District 10 has been neglected for many, many years, okay? Another thing that I think a lot of this CEF, is it CEF or CEP? CEP. A lot of those funds that's already left on the FY26, put it back, cut it. Thank you.
All right, so Commissioners, you are now we're voting on the amendment. There was an objection, so the amendment was for 271. This is, again, just the amendment. This will then go back to committee. We're referring this to the, it goes to the next, June 24, yes. Point of order.
Yes, ma'am. I want to recognize that she's gone. Ms. Rudd is Commissioner-elect Rudd.
All right, so I'm going to read. We have a motion to amend by Commissioner Whaley. It was seconded by Commissioner Shelby to fix the tax rate at 271 with education fund at 116, county general fund at 126, debt service fund at 29 cents for a total of 271. There was an objection by Commissioner Mills. This amendment will require a majority of the vote of 7. Okay? If you're voting aye, you're voting for the amendment. If you're voting no, you're voting no to the amendment. Please prepare the screen for a vote. And again, just commissioners I want to specify that this then goes back to committee and the final vote will happen on June 27th, 29th. She said we did. Okay, is that all? So the majority would have been 7. Okay, please report the vote.
Excuse me, Chair.
Director Tifton.
Thank you, Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. I just wanted to remind everybody, June 30th is the end of the fiscal year.
Yes.
And we will have to upload the budget, be ready to go July 1. So I just want to put that on everybody's mind, so when you guys are negotiating and talking, that puts a severe hardship, and then we will have to file for an extension if you can't make a decision around that time.
Please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Shalai, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avant, Commissioners Sugarman, Mills, Wright, Thornton, and Morrison are voting no. We have 6 ayes and 5 noes.
Okay, so we're back at no rates being voted in yet, so we will now take an amendment if there are any other amendments to this resolution. Commissioner Whalen?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So just to be clear, we're still on the substitute, which has the 2 cents dedicated to the fund balance. So I'd make a motion to amend the ordinance to set a tax rate at $2.69, with the general fund being at $1.24, education fund $1.16, debt service at 29 cents.
Have a motion by Commissioner Whaley. Is there a second? A second by Commissioner Caswell. Commissioner Whaley, do you want to maybe explain so that we're all, like, right now, back to the substitute measure?
Sorry, say that again. So we're on the substitute. My original amendment failed. So I'm proposing what is the current rate. Okay, now the recapture rate, I understand, is below, but what the 269 is 0.9%, and we still have the 2 pennies that I'm hoping will commit to the fund balance. So it's 269, general fund 124, education fund 116, debt fund 29 cents.
Okay. Commissioner Bradford?
Chairwoman Abbott.
Colleagues, we find ourselves in this position again where we know that without revenue and county services continuing to increase, I don't know how we think we're going to have a balanced budget. So it baffles me that we could not even agree to at least make some investment into this county. Some investment into this county that would have allowed us, one, to be very good fiducial stewards by investing back into the fund balance, yet providing enough of a revenue source for us to at least structurally balance the budget. The 271 would have allowed us to at least balance this budget, yet be very fiscally responsible by investing back into the fund balance. I don't know what we think a rainy day fund will do if the county budget is bankrupt. I mean, we're in pretty dire straits at this point. So for us to sit here and debate this over and over again and talk about investment, but not have the courage to at least vote to balance our budget structurally. And literally on the fourth reading, if you wanted to lower it after we had gone through all of these other budget amendments, it would have allowed us to do that. But now, at this point, we're putting ourselves in a really tight spot that in a generation from now, they're going to say the people who sat there on June 15th, literally on June 15th, 2026, decided it was okay to eventually bankrupt the Shelby County government. I mean, this is not about like investing our way out of or spending our way out of anything. Structurally, the budget, we have to be able to balance the budget. So with county services, like these things have not stayed stagnant. Yet we have not created an opportunity for us to at least fund where we are and what we need 5 years, 10 years from now. It's unfortunate. I mean, I can't even say how disappointed I am that we couldn't even just in one of these moments rally together.
Thank you. Commissioner Morrison.
Thank you. As I think about this, my question for the budget chair is if we could move the penny back to debt service and still get there with the 269.
Commissioner Whalen?
Okay, I mean, I'm going to keep the motion as it is, just because we've got a little less room now to make the math work. And if we were to make that change, if we ended up having to change it at the next reading, we'd have to suspend the rules, because even a change in the sub-accounts, I think, would require a motion to suspend the rules. I was trying to get ahead of any of the kind of required amendments we need to make and find a funding source other than the fund balance. So we can do that, but then we would have already be unbalanced. So to date we are in balance based on the amendments that we've accepted already. Well, at 271 we would have been in balance. So even at 269 we'll have to either remove some of the amendments we made on Wednesday, or I think we do also have some additional reductions we can make, but there's not much space to do anything more than what we've already done, and some of that will probably have to be rolled back. So I would keep, I mean, we'll see, again, I'm hopeful we can do this, but if not, then I guess we'll keep going back down. But at that point, again, we've got this 2 cents dedicated to the fund balance, so you got to account for that. So I would I would prefer we vote for it as it is, and, you know, after we get through, if we find that we need to shift things, you know, hopefully we'll be able to suspend the rules just to do that, because at that point, it'd be more about balancing the budget than anything else.
Thank you.
Commissioner Mills?
Just real quickly, I'll sound like a broken record. It's just real hard for me to raise taxes, even though in our financial situation, when I know there's stuff that we are funding that we are not required to fund. That's my concern. I completely understand what you're saying and what you're doing, Commissioner Whaley, but I just need to say that on the record. Thank you.
Chairwoman Avant.
So, colleagues, and Commissioner Mills, I respect your position. I think bring budget amendments that cut what you think needs to be cut for us to consider it. But for us to do nothing in this moment, when we know that structurally this budget is unbalanced, the math just doesn't math. So to do nothing creates an even worse scenario than at least having the courage to do something. I mean, bring budget amendments to cut whatever you think is the fact, but to not even vote for something that could have at least structurally made the budget sound is really baffling to me. So, you know, I'm confused by some of my colleagues who voted against this. I'm confused. I'm baffled, and I don't think that it serves the county well for us to be inactive. I mean, you all have families who live here. How do you want this county to look in 5 years, in 10 years? I have a 20-year-old daughter. I want her to come back to Memphis and stay in Memphis and feel like this is a vital place to live. But right now, the decisions we're making are going to be detrimental to this county. So my colleagues who just decided, no, I mean, if I don't get what I want, then I do nothing. But in the long run, the county suffers. That's just not good leadership.
Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you, Chair. And so, one more time, Commissioner Whaley, through the chair, can you go over those figures again?
Yes, if I may, Madam Chair. So the only difference is 2 cents, 2 cent reduction on the general fund. So it was total $2.69, which is $1.24 on the general fund, $1.16 education fund, and 29 cents debt service fund.
Any other questions, Commissioner Sugarman? Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. I will only support being able to push the tax rate to actually focus on what are priorities that are being set by the moral budget and Commissioner Caswell. When it comes to just us having a structurally sound budget, I feel like I'm just not satisfied with what this body has done. So through the chair to the budget chair, have we to date made any budget cuts to the proposed budget that has been presented to us?
Commissioner Whaley?
Well, yeah, if I may, I mean, you're more than welcome to, I mean, anyone is welcome to bring.
But just to date, have you seen any?
That would help us offset some of these expenditures, because we're going to need them to be able to balance it. The point I'm trying to convey is less about, you know, adding or cuts or what have you. It's about the structure of the budget and the sustainability of it. Like, I don't think we fully appreciate the importance of the fund balance. Like, I just don't think it's been fully grasped because we were fortunate enough to be able to cover it internally when we had the shortfall because of the way cash comes in. But the forecast, and you know, CFO Tipke can probably reconfirm this, but the forecast is on the same slope for this coming year. Now, granted, I will be off the commission at the time, but I feel a duty to make sure that we do whatever we can to make sure that we put as much back into that fund balance as possible. And I certainly understand the arguments around making these investments in the community, and I'm all for that, and we continue to do that. I mean, if you just look at our budget, we do make lots of investments in the community. The singular point I'm trying to make today is the just financial structure of the months ahead, and us at least doing something to try to contribute back to that, with the hope being that over time, that compounds into building that fund balance. So yeah, we still, by all means, we need and expect next week that we're going to need to bring a lot of offsetting reductions in expenditures, whether or not even if this 269 passes. And you're certainly welcome to bring, like any commissioner is, to bring those for consideration.
So before we consider setting any type of increase, I want to see that this commission has put forth the cuts to be able to balance the process, because it seems that the way that we're moving forward is to add on without ever considering to cut. Someone mentioned to me that city council, and correct me if I'm wrong, Councilwoman, that y'all have considered upward of $10 million worth of cuts for the budget cycle. I don't know if that's true, but I feel like you have one governing body that is putting forth effort to be able to actually scrutinize the budget. And here we have not put forth that same energy, while also today, even in this nominal amount, push for an increase. It just doesn't make sense to me. Thank you.
Commissioner Whalen?
Yeah, this is also part of process, because we're on a third reading, and if we do amend it higher than the recapture rate, it would require a fourth reading, because it's unlikely that we would suspend the rules. So if there's any indication that this body wants to set a rate other than 2.663814, we need to do it today. Otherwise, the rate we will be setting is 2.663814, because our next meeting is the last meeting of the fiscal year. So there's nothing that prohibits us on fourth reading for amending it back down to the recapture rate, but we cannot exceed the recapture rate without having two readings, because we're making a substantial change. So it's more of a process of, if we're going to do it, today's the day to do it. If we don't do it, then the rate is going to be 2.663814.
So just as a point of just information, you're saying that if we are to honor the moral budget's request to increase, it has to be done in this moment to increase the tax rate to the figure that they're requesting, or because of rules, we won't be able to go up in the tax rate?
Commissioner Whalen?
I mean, I'm not sure what you're saying. I mean, I think
to cover the
no, I know,
request.
but I believe you voted against 2.71, which
didn't factor in the moral budgets figures.
Okay.
My question is just to the chair or anyone who can answer. You said that we had to make our increases right now, or there would be penalty due to the fourth reading. And I just want that to be clear, because I'm looking to see the sponsor of other resolutions to set a higher figure so that there can be support. And I just want to know, does it have to happen today?
It would have to happen today, otherwise. So if Commissioner Thornton, are you making a amendment at a rate? And if so, what is that rate?
I'll just get back in queue, because I would have to consult with the main sponsor who actually has pushed for a different plan. Thank you.
Commissioner Wright?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there was an email that my friend from District 6 sent about a week and a day ago, that I thought was really, really a great email. It was addressed to Mayor Harris and to Director Tipton, the Director of Finance Department, and we were copied on it, but had a number of questions concerning the budget. And I haven't seen a response yet. I know there was a response that said that, we're in the midst of budget season, we have a lot going on, but generally that the answers weren't available, but they were really good questions. And so the first category that Commissioner Caswell shared was that he wanted to see a detailed breakdown of all the MOEs, all the maintenance of effort I think that's something that generally the public doesn't always know that we're up against, that we've got, the sheriff's office has a maintenance of effort that we have to maintain funding. Certainly education has a level of funding that we have to maintain. A lot of people would like us to cut education because they've not been happy with how things have been going there. They've seen the interim audit report and so forth, but that is not an area that this body can cut. In addition to that, there's also the mayor's office MOE, and that's where we got into trouble last time. It was my mistake, but cutting things that perhaps went into the mayor's MOE, and that's why we had to add it back, because the mayor didn't agree, the mayor's administration did not agree to those cuts. So that leaves us with very few places that we can cut. And even then we may be up against some kind of a lawsuit, but are we going to take it all from Chancery Court, clerk's office? I don't know. But he continues, he also, Commissioner Caswell asked for the total salary budget by department, for a vacancy analysis by department, for about our debt service, long-term obligations, unrestricted fund balance. Like, I feel like we often don't get a good solid answer when we ask about that. The questions went on and on and on, but they're really good questions that I would like to see an answer to, and I would think that any board, a majority of those should be available. I feel like we're flying blind, really, because we don't have that kind of insight, that kind of detailed. Commissioner Sugarman, and we've worked with her multiple times trying to get a line item level budget, and we've not really been successful. I feel like the amount of detail we're getting is less and less. That's just one observation that I have, that when you talk about, doing the work and finding the areas to cut, I just don't believe we have the level of detail where even if there weren't an MOE preventing us, that we'd be able to identify correctly what needs to be cut. That's my perspective. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Director Tipton?
Thank you. Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. First, I want to say that the level of detail that we've provided this last 6 months, I must say, has been lacking. And that is because we did implement Oracle, which was a software system where we're implementing $1.6 billion budget. And we have to ensure that all of the reports are tying out correctly. Unfortunately, it did not happen overnight. We still working on it, still trying to get it going, and we are getting information as we speak right now. There are people still upstairs working on getting that information. I also want to add that even prior to us implementing Oracle, we did come down and present quarterly financial statements. We did accept all questions on everything that we were spending. In the quarterly report, you can find all of the fund balances. You can find what each category is spending, each category is bringing in. So we're trying to give you the information that you're asking for, and to ask for that level of detail of information in the month of June when we're trying to implement a $1.6 billion budget. Unfortunately, we just don't have the resources to do it. I'm not saying that you're not entitled to getting that information. You are, but we don't have the resources to do it. I beat people upstairs to get what we have. So we plan to get it for you, but right now I just cannot promise you that I'm going to get that level of detail. And we don't get that from one commissioner. We get that from several, with lists like that requesting. So, it's a little frustrating when I hear you're not providing this, you're not providing that, when I know the people upstairs are working beyond capacity and trying to get everything in order. And we do plan to get that for you, but this is what we have right now.
Commissioner Caswell?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, right, for bringing that, because that was how I was trying to get to a point of how we identify what can be cut, and some of the things, so I started to look at on my own, kept going through the budget as what I had, was looking at how do we look at 1% professional services cut, the consultants that we got. And that gives us anywhere from 3 million to 5 million. But if I don't know what those things are, it's hard for me to talk about what the cut. Vacancy savings recapture, I looked at unfulfilled positions, redirecting $2 million to $4 million from vacancy savings for looking at ways of cut. But again, not having that information, I can't say, is that coming from the sheriff department or if that's coming from any other departments when we talk about potential savings there. In interest earnings is, I think, another question I asked, and just talked about above budgeting projection, we're looking at $1 million to $2 million there. But if we don't know where that's coming from, how can we make the decision that we need? And again, I sympathize with the longer hours that needed. I think if anything tonight, we might need to pass a resolution for overtime so that we can get what we need, because next week, if we don't get this done, and we're running down a path right now that's going to put us in a hole. And we was looking at the hole last year, but we're going over the cliff if we don't do something now. And so before my time, Director, if you want to say something, I'll let you say so. I do want to make a motion, though.
Okay, Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance, just so you guys understand how you're reading your report. You have last year's financials. That's what we're looking at. We're looking at the trends. So you can look at a 5-year plan in reports that you've already seen and see the budgeted amount. Not even looking at the actuals. You can see the amount that's budgeted and see where we came out at the end of the year. That is available now for you to see and decide then if you want to cut something somewhere. Yeah. So there are reports that are there. I think maybe we just need to show you how to look at those reports.
Yeah.
And decide
Yeah.
what we want to do.
I do appreciate that, and then I'm gonna provide you with this. Maybe looking at this, maybe get me some of those answers that we can kind of bring some of this down, because I'm looking at about $9 million to $16 million worth of cuts here if we can get the answers to some of those questions. So just to get us to a place, again, understanding that once we make this motion, it's not setting us in stone, but it get us at least a starting place come Wednesday, and we come down, cut, we do everything we need to do. Just get us to the place that we don't have to say we got to be here June 31st just to make sure that we're meeting that obligation. I'm going to make a motion just for tonight for $2.72 for what the amendment that I put forward, and that's what I make a motion for.
I'm sorry. Commissioner Caswell, we first have the substantive item on the floor, which is
the 260.
No, so Commissioner Whaley has this resolution in front of us, and so are you asking to make a friendly amendment to this resolution?
Yes, because he had that 269, right? Yeah.
I think I've already got it on the floor, and I previously amended a 271 that failed. Mm-hmm. So going the other way, okay, which is 269, because I want to get this. This is just one step. We still have to go back and amend the budget. We got to read it again. So I'd like us to at least vote on 269 to see where we're at.
Okay, there's a motion by Commissioner Whaley for 269. And there was a second from Commissioner Caswell seconded that, right?
Did you?
He did? Okay. Okay, so the motion before us is for 269. And that's including the information that's in this resolution of the 2 cents to the fund balance. Is everyone clear on the motion before us? Commissioner Brooks.
So, I'm not gonna take my ball and go home, but I am am going to be redundant in what I said. And again, Mr. Chairman, I agree with you. I've heard you say all the important things about our fiscal responsibility. And I agree with that. But I did not hear you say anything or make a commitment toward our an investment in our human infrastructure. So we're going to have to spend some time to get this right. I'll go along with that. If we can have no sacred cows, put in some additional hours, some additional time to make the cuts. Now, when we talk about cuts, we need to look at contract renewals. We need to look at pledges that are not constitutionally required. We need to take a good, clean look at budget amendments, all of them. Again, no sacred cows. If it's not fiscally necessary, cut it, so that we can do what we need to do fiscally, do our fiscal responsibility, and then have some money for investment in our human capital. I'm ready to do that, if anybody else is ready to commit. But it's going to take some work, and it's going to take some sacrifice, and it's going to take, shaking up of some relationships. But I'm ready to do that, because you know what? We can't keep leaving people out. I mean, I can't go back to Orange Mound, Hollywood, Douglas, my district, and talk about fiscal responsibility when the people over there right now are crying for us to remove a company that is polluting the air, polluting the ground, whole 9 yards, who have never had any kind of infrastructure improvement. Well, let me say in the 30 years that I've been in office. So I'm ready to put the work in. I'm ready to compromise with you if you're ready to commit to making some of these cuts that we don't need. Oh, and one more thing. I think we can get a list of departments, agencies, divisions, and maybe we can consolidate some of those that we created and save some dollars. So we just need to put everything on the table. Thank you.
Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. So I support the 6-cent tax increase being proposed by Caswell. This is being supported by the Moral Budget Coalition. And so my question is just to the Budget Chair. The sense that you are proposing to be able to make a balanced budget based on what we have, how much in addition to the 6 cents would need to be factored in? So is it that it needs to go up to a 9-cent increase to be able to meet what it is that you're proposing that we have? That's my first question. I'll stop there. To the chair, to the Budget Chair, through the chair.
And Commissioner White,
Yeah, I don't know. I'm totally confused.
I want to make sure that we're keeping the main thing, because I don't know if Commissioner Whaley, if you're prepared to comment about what other budgets versus what. Go ahead, Commissioner Whaley.
No.
My specific question to you, just so that you're not put in a precarious situation, is based on the request that we have, how much do we need to be able to present a sound budget due to the amendments that we've already approved?
That we've already approved.
I mean,
So
Yeah.
that's 4.6 million is what we approved on Wednesday.
and that's
So this is.
how
this
many
is-
cents do we need just to be able to accommodate what we've approved?
Yeah, so 271, which was my initial proposal, would have covered that, but then left an additional 4 million for the remaining requests that we had, plus offsetting cuts that we can do across the board to make sure that we can factor in some of the additional things like the courts, some of the requests that the courts had that we may need to do that were kind of beyond our control. We had a few courtrooms added, so there's some things, and they're not going to get their full request, I don't think, but that would have given some room to be able to do that alongside some spending reductions in other areas. So that was the whole impetus behind proposing 271. Now, again, if we find even more cuts, we can drop that rate on a fourth reading, but where we would be unable, just by the nature of having to suspend the rules, to be able to go higher than that.
So just for clarity to the public, we're creating our ceiling today, and we have the potential to come back from it in our last meeting.
Yeah, so we're now proposing, since 271 was voted down, and we wanted to go lower, we are now at 269. And so that is what I'm hoping we can come to some agreement and then do some additional cuts and to balance it ahead of our final meeting in June.
Okay, I see Commissioner Caswell is in queue. I'm gonna support the 5-cent increase to balance what are already budget amendments, and then the addition of the 6-cent increase. I don't know if that's in alignment with the sponsor, but I'm trying to track what we're doing that is balanced, but then also preventative. That's the goal here in dollars and cents. I'm with you, so I'm following what you're doing as a sponsor. Thank you.
Commissioner Caswell?
Madam Chair, again, respectfully, I'm trying to make sure I'm tracking. And I know you said we had something on the table.
So right now, the rate before us is 269. Yes.
I could withdraw my second. There we go. Because the thing is that, so just to the budget chair, I know he's talking, but to the budget chair, and I know the attempt was at the beginning, even if you started at 271 and things were cut, at least you had a base, right? And then those things could still by Wednesday be identified whether we cut or what have you. But if we go 269 tonight and we try to go 270, you can't do it. You can't go up. And so that's the problem I'm hearing even from my colleagues, is that we're still not addressing the real issues. So let's go there and then work our way back. And even through the cuts, as I was talking to the finance director, it may be some pathways, and we're gonna have to go through that 5-year trend to look at where I was just asking her about, what if we did a 1% alignment where we cut every department 1%, but we have to go back and see what their trend has been for spending over the last 5 years, if they even, because of contractual obligations they may have, may produce $15 million. That's just possibly what I'm looking at. And that could, if that was possible, what I was recommending could be probably done in that, but I know it's not, as she just shared with me, that many of those things are contractual and they still have to be paid. So where I'm at right now, I guess we just need to take it to vote and let it die if it's gonna die.
Let's take it to a vote for the 269. Please prepare the screen for a vote. Has everyone had a chance to vote? Commissioner Brooks is an aye. Please report the vote. I'm sorry? Does.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Shalai, Brooks, Bradford, and Chairwoman Avent. Commissioners Caswell, Mills, Wright, Thornton, and Morrison have voted no. We have 6 ayes and 5 noes.
That motion fails. Colleagues, is there another amendment? Commissioner Caswell?
Yes, ma'am. Appreciate it, Madam Chair. Again, I go back to my amendment that I passed out of 272 and ask this body to accept that amendment so that we can, again, set a rate and then be able to work down. I will continue to work with this body to find where those cuts are by Wednesday, and we could bring that rate down. But at this point, we need to set a rate. And I think that we don't want to go too low, don't found nothing, and then still be talking about the problems that we're not addressing that's costing us more. Later, the budget chair spoke to it, that we're going to be paying more in interest and other things by not investing back into the fund. My proposals shared that we will put $5 million back towards the reserve and general fund each year in this proposed amendment.
I have a motion by Commissioner Caswell. Is there a second?
Just a point of information, it's a motion for what rate?
272.
272. Second.
I have an objection by Commissioner Bradford. Commissioner Morrison?
Speaking on, question through the chair to the maker of the motion, would he add that new penny to the debt service where it was taken away?
Commissioner Caswell?
I'm sorry.
There's been a penny taken away from the debt service, even with this additional rate increase. Would that extra penny go back to the debt service?
Yes.
Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would like to ask the chair if she could bring back up the 2.69 for reconsideration.
We have to dispose of the motion on the floor. Commissioner, just so that we're all tracking, Commissioner Sugarman is making a motion, but we have to dispose of the motion that's on the floor before us, okay? Which is the 272. Okay? Is there anyone who wants to speak on this particular motion? Commissioner Bradford?
Just to the sponsor, I was wondering if he could provide the breakdown for educational fund, general government fund, and debt service fund, as we were looking at the other one, based on 272.
So, Commissioner, do you have that document, the PowerPoint? And so, the education and youth was 3.39 million. And you're talking about the breakdown for that amount, what the 3.39 million was, 3.3 million was going to be spent for?
Well,
you're talking about breaking it down percentage-wise, like what?
Well, as Commissioner Whaley's motion, he had 24 going to the general fund, $1.16 going to education, and 29 cents going to debt, which added up to the 269 at the latest iteration. I was wondering if you could provide a similar breakdown so we had a better understanding of where the dollars were going.
Well, let me take a look at that, Commissioner, get back to you.
Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. I want to get clarity because I see a need for a different figure. So I know Commissioner Caswell and Commissioner Whaley are talking. I just need to know between the two different requests that they've made, if we go with just the 272, it seems to just support the preventative pathway, but it leaves off the balanced budget piece. So I hope that they are coming together for a figure that could be, again, balancing the budget as a priority, but then also a progressive tax rate. So I'm looking for that figure. I'm going to support Commissioner Caswell, but I also just want to just hear from the chair about if we are to approve 272, what does that do as far as the amendments that we currently have that are imbalancing our budget? Because it's my understanding that 272 proposed by Commissioner Caswell is not addressing the latter of those concerns. Thank you.
Commissioner Clay Bibbs?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just for the record one more time. So if we say 272, we have an opportunity to go down, but we cannot, if we said 269, you cannot go up.
I don't think that, based on how the votes are going now, that you're going to get a supermajority to suspend the rules in order to increase the tax rate.
Got it. So I'm saying,
So ultimately, it probably would not be able to raise the tax rate after tonight, because the way the votes are currently going, I don't think that you'll get a supermajority, which is nine, which is what you will need in order to increase it on fourth reading.
But let's say by some chance 272 passes.
You can reduce it.
We can reduce it. Okay. That's what I want to clarify. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, President voting for suspension of the rules. My apologies. All right, the motion before us.
I still have my question on the floor about how this breaks out between
I'm sorry.
general fund, education.
All right, so, colleagues, in order for us to try to get this to a place, we're going to take a 10-minute recess. Allow Commissioner Caswell to be able to break that down. So we're going to take a 10-minute recess.
May I state something? Can you clarify? Legal wants us to clarify
About the fourth reading?
what requires a suspension of rules.
So, right, so if we make substantive changes to this on the fourth reading, that it would require suspension of the rules. Now, Chair Avent, what you just stated, I think is quite clear, is that if it can be revised up or down. If it's revised up, it's unlikely the rules are suspended. That's the reality of it. If it's revised down, it's more than likely that the rules are suspended to balance the budget. So that's the situation.
All right, colleagues, we're taking a 10-minute recess. Commissioners, we want to try to reconvene our meeting. Commissioners, we're going to reconvene. Our meeting is reconvened at this time. Parliamentarian, please read where we are. I think we had a motion on the floor for 272 from Commissioner Caswell. There was a question about the breakdown of the 272 from Commissioner Bradford. Is that a summary of where we are now?
Yes, and there was an objection by Vice Chair Bradford.
Okay.
Thank,
Commissioner Caswell?
thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize for that. And to that, the education is 1.16, the general is 1.26, and the debt is an extra penny, which was 3.0. 0.30, I'm sorry. So it increased a penny.
Okay. All right, we're now voting on Commissioner Caswell's amendment. Please prepare the screen for a vote. Please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Thornton, Commissioners Whaley, Sugarman, Mills, Shalai, Morrison, Brooks, Bradford. Chairwoman Avent voted no. We have 3 ayes, 8 noes.
Okay, that motion fails. Commissioners, if there are any other amendments to consider? Commissioner Brooks?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to reconsider the tax rate of 271.
I have a motion by Commissioner Brooks for the tax rate of 271. A second by Commissioner Caswell. Commissioner Brooks, would you like to give a breakdown of the 271?
Yes, ma'am. Breakdown would be identical to the breakdown that the budget chair articulated earlier. 1.6 for the general fund, 1.7 for education, 29 for debt service. I believe that's what you, unless I wrote it incorrectly.
Yeah, let me, if you don't mind,
Commissioner-
Commissioner Brooks,
Okay,
I think it was, yeah,
I'll defer to the budget chair.
Commissioner Whaley?
1.26 on the general fund, 1.16 on the education fund, and 0.29 on the debt fund.
Okay. I have an amendment by Commissioner Brooks, seconded by Commissioner Whaley. Commissioner Thornton, are you wanting to speak on this amendment?
Yes, Chair. So the initial 2.71 was presented to be able to make our budget structurally sound in lieu of the amendments that we've received and can anticipate. So what it does not do is it does not actually allow us to even factor in what has been presented as a moral budget presentation or a presentation by Commissioner Caswell. And I'm just curious to this body, like, what do we say to, we had a chamber full of like individuals earlier today fighting for gun violence intervention and investment. Like, what does it say for us just to close the door on the conversation, knowing that we won't really be able to entertain this conversation for years to come? So if we're gonna do this, I just want to know what it is that we are committing to do. So I guess to wrap up my time that I don't see on the screen, to the sponsor of the amendment, is the intent for the 2.71 to just make a structurally sound budget, or is your interest in the 2.71 also to invest any dollars?
To the maker of the motion, Commissioner Brooks?
I'm sorry, what's our political, not political, parliamentary posture?
If you'd like to respond.
I do not.
Okay. Commissioner, is there any more time for Commissioner Thornton? I don't know that, Commissioner Thornton, I don't know how much time was left. Okay. Commissioner Caswell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I think that we have to be somewhere to get started. I know a lot of this is going to go over to the next administration, the next commission, to be able to move a lot of these things forward. To you, Commissioner Thornton, I think as we come up on Wednesday, we need to start looking where those, hopefully some of these questions can be answered from the administration. We can find the vacancy. We can find those things that can get cut to address some of the investments that need to be made. Because again, just from what I had, I found 15 million, but like told by the Director of Finance, some of that may be grant for things that you cannot cut, right? And in those departments that come out of there. But we just got to, I think, do some work by Wednesday, and it's gonna take those long nights. But I think right now, it's some things can be found. We just gonna have to get there. I know we don't wanna have conversations about the tax rate, the tax sales, the property tax investment to the trustee office that's helping our seniors, which we all want to see that happen, which we all want to see pre-K happen. We need to be able to work from where we are to come back. I think we don't want to go too low and not be able to have somewhere to find those cuts by Wednesday to get there. So I'm supportive of 271 at this time, so we can move the needle and get to where we need to go by Wednesday in committee.
Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Caswell, for those comments. So I do believe that to push a structurally sound budget, that cuts are the best way to move forward. What I would like to do in my final year on the commission is to push for the progressive investment. So to me, the 271, I would want to hear be a threshold that we're going to put towards reworking the moral budget plan and the plan that you presented. So I'm fine with creating the 271 cap, but I just wanted to ultimately just be understood where my final vote will go is towards us having budget cuts and having the opportunity to be able to invest. Thank you.
Commissioner Brooks?
Thank you. This is an opportunity for us to go back to the table. We have a little wiggle room here. We can take care of all of our fiscal responsibilities. We can go back to the table if we're willing to put in the work, look at those cuts, and there are plenty of cuts that can be made. I didn't mention amenities last time. We need to cut some of these amenities because we have people who are paying for subsidizing amenities that can't even enjoy them. That's not the only thing, but we need to put all of the options on the table and let's make a list and just go through it again. No sacred cows. Let's get rid of these relationships. A whole bunch of things we need to get rid of. We can do that. And all of these budget modifications we have, since we are so fiscally strapped, let's just dump them. Unless it's something that we're tied to contractually, constitutionally, or otherwise, legally.
Commissioners, we're voting on the substitute as amended with the 271. Please prepare the screen for a vote. Please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Shalai, Brooks, Chairwoman Avent, Commissioner Mills, Wright, Thornton, Morrison, Bradford voted no. We have 7 ayes, 5 no.
That motion passes. All right, let's move on. I'm gonna move to. Yes, we're sending the ordinance.
Making a motion to refer it?
We don't have to do that. We don't have to refer it to committee.
Or is this?
So just point of information, does that, for, so.
Because we just
Does,
accepted the substitute.
so either way, it needs to go to a 4th reading. Can you either refer it as a 3rd reading to committee, or do we have to vote on it and then bring it as a 4th reading next Wednesday?
You have the option.
So referring it has the same effect as another reading?
Correct. So you
Okay.
refer it in as a 3rd reading, or you take action.
Okay.
Yes,
And it has the same effect?
correct.
Okay, so then I would just refer it to next
Are you
week's
making a
committee.
motion, Commissioner
Yes,
Whalen,
make a
to
motion
refer to committee?
June 24th.
Yes, to June 24th, second by Commissioner Caswell. Can we do that without objection? Seeing none, so moved. Item 56.
Item 56.
Madam Chair, just a point of order, I guess. May I ask, can we call up, we have a couple of guests who are victim witness coordinators who would like to speak. Can we take care of that item first? Is it 54? 55? May we call it 55?
Yep, I think 56 was gonna be pretty quick, so that's why I was trying to get it out of the way, because it's just a contract, but. Which item number is it, Commissioner Wright? Oh, the one moved to the hill, okay, 55. All right, we're gonna switch it up. Director Norval, I tried. All right. Item 55.
Okay, item 55 comes from the Law Enforcement Corrections and Courts Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Wright. Item 55 is a resolution to amend the Shelby County District Attorney General's Office FY 2027 Grants Fund Operating Budget in the amount of $182,339 to expend funding made available from the State of Tennessee's Office of Criminal Justice Programs, amend the grant fund position control budget by adding 4.7 FTE positions, salary and fringe for the 4 partial positions totaling $182,339 from the grant, and amend the general fund position control budget by adding 4.3 FTE positions, salary and fringe for the 4 partial positions totaling up to $89,041 from the existing personnel funding in the general fund. The grant is for the period of July 1, 2026 through June 30, 2027, sponsored by Commissioner Charlie Caswell. This item did not meet requirements of the permanent rules, was substituted in June 10th, 2026 committee meeting. The item was moved by Commissioner Sugarman and seconded by Commissioner Caswell, and I believe it was moved to the Hill prior to us suspending the rule.
No, I think we
Did
did.
we suspend the rules?
We did suspend the rules.
Okay, so we suspended the rules and
Yes.
then moved the item to the Hill.
All right, so we have 3 public comment cards that I want to go ahead and allow to speak. Simone Dones.
Commissioner, Madam Chair, if I could, we have 3 victim witness coordinators here who are affected by it, but they had agreed to, since the hour is late, to be recognized rather than speak, and unless you had questions for them.
Okay.
So I wanted to give that
That's-
option to you.
Yeah, so to be recognized, Christina Cathy, Nick Stevenson, and Simone Dones. Thank you so much for being here.
So, yeah, so as Nick, from left to right, as I'm facing them, Nick Stevenson, Christina Cathy, and Simone Dones all are affected by this item.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for being here. All right. I can't even remember why we had to move this to the Hill. Sorry. The language. Ms. Indagaro. Is there a substitute?
Yes, ma'am, there is. I'm Jessica Inangaro from the DA's office.
Can staff pass the substitute, please? Thank you, Ryan. They call that Johnny on the spot. She's too young to know what that means, but. All right, Ms. Indagaro, if you want to go ahead and start speaking on the substitute?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. This is Jessica Inangaro. I'm the Chief Administrative Officer for the District Attorney's Office. The change is a new paragraph on page 4. It's in red, and this is a replication of a paragraph that was added in last year's cycle on this grant. Specifically, it says, "Be it further resolved that should grant funding be discontinued or not replaced or otherwise not forthcoming with respect to these 4 victim witness coordinator positions, Shelby County government will not be obligated to continue paying employees in the 4 position numbers on the position control budget created by this resolution."
Okay. Is there a commissioner who'd like to make a motion to accept the substitute? Commissioner Caswell?
I'll move it.
Okay, Commissioner Caswell, I'm sorry, Whaley has made a motion to accept the substitute. Commissioner Caswell has made a second. Can we do that without objection? Okay, seeing none. Commissioner Caswell, would you like to be recognized? All right, please prepare the screen for a vote. Please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Shalai, Wright, Thornton, Morrison, Bradford, Chairwoman Avent, Commissioner Brooks abstain. We have 10 ayes and 1 abstain.
That motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioners.
All right, let's move to item number 56.
Item 56 comes from the Facilities, Real Property, and Capital Improvements Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Wright. Item 56 is a resolution approving a contract with Barnes and Brower, Inc. in an amount not to exceed $5,509,481.30 for Peggy Edmonston Administration Building, PEB, upgrades, renovations, HVAC, for a total appropriation not to exceed $5,509,481.30. This item requires the appropriation of FY 2026 Capital Improvement Plan budget funds in an amount not to exceed $5,509,481.30, sponsored by Commissioner McWright. This item was sent down without recommendation in June 10th, 2026 committee meeting.
Have a motion by Vice Chair Bradford, a second by Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Wright, can I have a committee report?
Yes, Madam Chair, this was sent down without recommendation.
Okay, Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. So for the majority of this meeting, none of us have been able to see documents. If anyone can, I would love for you to share, but as I click on each of these attachments, we're getting error messages. And so I just want to just say, it seems like every single meeting, technology is stopping us from being able to do our duties as elected representatives. I do have questions, but they will require me to be able to see the documents. So I'm gonna ask
Let me ask if IT can come down. I'm able to see the documents. Okay. If we could get IT to come down,
Across that bridge, IT is saying that it's gonna take a complete overhaul of the system tonight. None of us will see documents for the rest of the night. But I just wanna point out, you haven't been able to see documents for some time now. We started off the meeting seeing documents, and then somehow in the middle of it, that feature has been disabled for us. So to the public, you think we're doing our oversight and due diligence, we can't because we aren't able to access the documents. But for this particular item, can it just be said again, for Barnes and Brower, is this a local vendor? And are there any subcontracts on this particular item?
Anthony Wright, CIP Manager, Shelby County Engineering. Yes, Barnes and Brower is a local contractor, and all of their subs are local, and one of them is a LOSB that meets their 20% goal.
And so this item, thank you for that. This particular item, I believe, started some conversations about the 20% LOSB goal. Where are we at in that? Is there someone from EOC present today? The question was the 20% LOSB goal, I believe, on this particular item, that it was recommended for it to be a higher goal from EOC in purchasing, or the department decided to go with 20%. I see you shaking your head, Director, so correct me if that's on a different item. But I know that in committee, we talked about the differing opinions between EOC suggesting that what is our current ordinance is a minimum. And I think purchasing, I don't know if you disagree with that, but can you just say, how was the 20% LOSB goal set on this particular item?
James Ross, Administrative Person. So for this particular item, based on the ordinance, it did say it's at least 20%. So that's why the 20% goal was put on it. So what we're doing now, I'm working with EOC to actually have a vendor come in and do an audit and kind of look at a lot of the data to make decisions on where that goal should be, 20% or higher. So we're working on that now with EOC, so we should have more information on that soon to provide some data to make a decision that'll make sense for all the vendors and the citizens of Shelby County.
Thank you, Chair. So the interest for purchasing EOC to work together, what is making you do that at this point? Is it just based off of committee conversation? Or did y'all just decide that that's what you wanted to do?
James Ross, Administrative Person, we've always worked together. We might not always agree, but we always work together.
The interest for you to work on figuring out how to increase the 20%, where is that coming from?
I guess the main thing was to confirm the ordinance and make sure we're following the ordinance and policy and not just throwing numbers in the air. So that's what we want to firm up and go from there. So
have we confirmed the ordinance and how it is to be interpreted?
No, and that's what we've seen what the ordinance says, but it says 20%. at least 20%, but there's no grounds on each project just to say 25. What are we gonna stand on? What is that 25% based on or more? So we're working on all of that to make sure.
So can I
things are
just bring
confirmed.
legal into this conversation? I hear purchasing and EOC appointed positions saying that they are now going to interpret our ordinance. So if it has been established that the 20% is a minimum, then what is setting that as a maximum? Like, can we just talk today about why 20% is not 40%? And whose discretion is it to be able to set the figure? I think the public should be entitled to the process and better understanding, because you have subcontractors that feel like these are actual caps that they're operating within. What we hear today to the subcontractors is, I don't even know how, they are solicited if a company that gets the prime contract just says that it's a 20% goal and then they just step up to fill that 20%. What we're hearing today, that's not a locked-in figure. Nothing here locally is saying that it has to be 20%. It is a 20% minimum. So who's setting that as a maximum is what I'm trying to figure out.
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. The policy considerations are a longer conversation. The problem that often comes up when items end up before the commission contracts with minimum goals is that was a part of a bid document. And when that item and that contract comes before the body, ultimately making some contractual change would not be, one, permissible, but two, it has an effect on the other bidders who didn't have the opportunity or chance to offer some other criteria. So it pollutes the bid process in general. I think that the policy consideration is that it is a minimum, and once the goals are evaluated based on, the needs of the department, it's published. I think there's data that was collected to establish that ordinance years ago. We can pull that information for you to provide a more substantive answer on the policy making, but that is why there's a barrier usually in these types of conversations.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you, Chair. To the attorney through the chair, so which department, or maybe Director, Administrator Glossner, which department sets these bid goals? Is it the EOC or is it the purchasing department? When it goes out to bid?
James Loss, Administrative Person. Once there's a 20% ordinance, and the ordinance is 20%. So that's what it's been based on the templates. And there has not been a whole lot of conversation about it being increased, probably about one time. But based on the ordinance, we had it at 20%. And it's been 20% since I've been here.
Okay,
2
that
years.
wasn't the question. Okay, the question was, who sets the bid goal when it goes out for bid?
James Loss, Administrative Person. Person works with EOC in conjunction to make a decision on the LOSB goals.
Okay, so it's either EOC or it's purchasing or both working together, because last time I heard EOC made the recommendation of 25%, but you put it out at 20%.
James Ross, Administrative Person. On every bid, we discuss it. One particular bid, we agreed to keep it at 20%.
This one?
But no, not this one. It was the one in the past.
Okay, so
Wasn't
this one they
particular
wanted to, what was the recommendation of EOC on this one?
I don't know, but they agreed to 20%.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen for a vote. Please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Mills, Schley, Wright, Morrison, Brooks, Bradford, Chairwoman Avant, Commissioner Thornton abstain. We have 11 ayes, 1 abstain.
That motion passes. All right, parliamentarian, you want to make sure that
Yes,
it's clear for item
I asked
43?
the chairwoman, could I make this clarification on item 43, the tax rate item that was substituted and amended and then referred to committee? I looked at the rule, and actually, ordinances, the voting on ordinances at the first and second meetings are for ceremonious purposes only. All ordinances that are amended on third reading shall be deferred after the amendments are adopted by county commissions to the final version of the ordinance on file for public viewing. We could have suspended the rules. We chose not to. We referred it, but the rule says to defer. So as opposed to referring to committee, it will be deferred to the next commission meeting for final action. And so that's, just want the clerk to record that it will be deferred to the 9/29 commission meeting for further action.
For the
And then you would
6/29.
need, 6/29, and then the rules would need to be suspended. No, suspension of the rules require a 2/3 vote of those present and voting. Actually, you wouldn't have to defer, you actually didn't have to suspend the rules because all ordinances that are amended on third reading shall be deferred after the amendments are adopted. So that's why we're doing the additional reading, so we don't have to suspend the rules. So there's no requirement to suspend the rules.
All right, we're now moving to item number 46.
Item 46 comes from the Budget and Finance Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Whaley. Item 46 is a resolution approving the Shelby County Government Compensation Policy for fiscal year 2027, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley. This item was sent down without recommendation in June 10th, 2026 committee meeting.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Bradford, second by Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Whaley, can I get a committee report?
Yes, this item comes down without a recommendation.
All right, are you recognized, Commissioner Whaley?
Okay, yeah, I was gonna make a motion to refer this to committee, unless something has changed, but I was gonna make a motion to refer it to the 24th. But that may not be accurate. We have someone here to present on it, so, but is there some reason why we can't do that?
That's your choice, but I can give comments on it.
Okay, well, I'm gonna make a motion to refer it to committee.
Okay. All right, we have a motion to refer to committee. I'm sorry. Okay. Refer to committee. I had and a second by Commissioner Morrison. If you wanted to make comments before we move on this item, if there's any comments?
No, it's okay.
Okay. All right, can we do that without objection? All right, seeing none, so moved. Item 48.
Item 48 comes from the Budget and Finance Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Whaley. Item 48 is a resolution approving the Shelby County Capital Improvement Budget for fiscal year 2027, FY27, in the amount of $176,761,862, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley. This item was sent down without recommendation in June 10th, 2026 committee meeting.
I have a motion by Commissioner Sugarman, second by Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Whaley, can I get a committee report?
Yes, comes down without recommendation.
You recognize Commissioner
Right,
Whaley?
I'm gonna move to refer to committee.
I have a motion to refer to committee on June 24th. I have a second by Commissioner Caswell. Can we do that without objection? Seeing none, so moved. Item 49.
Item 49 comes from the Budget and Finance Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Whaley. Item 49 is a resolution approving the Shelby County 5-year capital improvement plan for fiscal years 2027 through 2031, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley. This item was sent down without recommendation in June 10th, 2026 committee meeting.
I Have a motion by Vice Chair Bradford, second by Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Whaley, could I get a committee report?
Yes, send down with that recommendation, and then I'll make a motion to refer to committee.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Whaley, second by Commissioner Sugarman. You want to be recognized, Commissioner Thornton? All right, can we do that without objection? Seeing none, so move. Item 50.
Item 50 comes from the Budget and Finance Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Whaley. Item 50 is a resolution approving and appropriating Shelby County Government's operating budget for fiscal year 2027, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley. This item was sent down without recommendation in June 10th, 2026 committee meeting.
I have a motion by Commissioner Sugarman, a second by Vice Chair Bradford. Commissioner Whaley, going to get a committee report?
Send down without recommendation, and we'll also make a motion to refer to committee.
I have a motion by Commissioner Whaley, a second by Commissioner Sugarman. Can we do that without objection? Seeing none, so moved. Item 51.
Item 51 comes from the Budget and Finance Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Whaley. Item 51 is a resolution to carry forward fiscal year FY 2026 funds to School Seat Foundation in the total amount of $223,000 to fiscal year FY 2027, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman. This item was an add-on and sent down without recommendation in June 10th, 2026 committee meeting.
I have a motion by Commissioner Sugarman, a second by Commissioner Whaley. Commissioner Whaley, can I get a committee report?
Yes, sent down without recommendation.
Commissioner Sugarman, you're recognized.
Yes, I make a motion to defer to the next commission meeting on June 29th.
Defer to the commission meeting? Okay. I have a motion by Commissioner Sugarman to defer to June 29th. I have a second by Commissioner Caswell. Can we do that without objection? Seeing none, so moved. Item 52.
Item 52 comes from the Budget and Finance Committee, which is chaired by Commissioner Whaley. Item 52 is a resolution approving a sole source vendor contract for software upgrade related to the debt manager system with Jonas Collections and Recovery, Inc., in an amount not to exceed $66,816. This contract will be expended against the trustee general funds. This item requires expenditure of funds in a total amount not to exceed $66,816, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley. This item does not meet requirements of permanent rules. It was an add-on and sent down without recommendation in June 10th, 2026 committee meeting.
I have a motion by Commissioner Whaley, a second by Commissioner Thornton. Can I get a motion to suspend the rules?
So moved.
I have a motion by Commissioner Whaley, a second by Vice Chair Bradford. Can we do that without objection? This item is now properly before us. Commissioner Whaley, can I get a committee report?
All right, this item was sent down without recommendation. There's also a substitute, so I'd like to move the substitute.
I have a substitute that has been moved by Commissioner Whaley. I have a second by Commissioner Caswell. Can we do that without objection?
So there's no changes to the caption, but could someone please describe what the
Yes.
changes in the substitute are before you take that up without objection?
Commissioner, yes. Trustee Newman?
Regine Newman, County Trustee. Essential changes, this has now been reviewed by both Finance and Legal and signed off on by Legal with the amendment that this is not a new contract, this is actually an amendment to the contract, and that is the only essential change.
Okay. Can you, no, clarify with the question. So you're saying that there's an amendment to the contract?
The resolution originally said that it was a contract, a sole source vendor contract. There's actually an existing contract, and legal has asked us to change that. That is their change, to say it is an amendment to the existing contract rather than a new contract.
I'm going to just go ahead and read the new language into the record. Okay. The substantive changes are in the second whereas clause. Was added that says, whereas the Board of County Commissioners previously approved a contract CA 2600498 with Jonas Collection and Recovery, Inc., a copy of which is attached here too as exhibit.
Is the caption is different?
The caption is changed?
The caption is different?
Okay, let's just compare.
Can legal confirm? They're saying the caption is not different. County Attorney?
Okay.
That's the same.
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. The caption is different.
Different. Please read the caption.
Okay, so the substitute caption would read, "Resolution approving a contract amendment for software upgrade related to the debt manager system with Jonas Collections and Recovery, Inc., in an amount not to exceed $66,816. This contract amendment will be expended against the trustee general funds. This item requires expenditure of funds in a total amount not to exceed $66,816, sponsored by Commissioner Michael Whaley. Again, the first whereas clause references a previously approved contract that is attached here to as Exhibit A. In the second whereas clause, it references a copy of the sole source provider was approved by memorandum, a copy of which is attached as Exhibit B, which is incorporated by reference. In the third, it discusses the amendment, which is attached as Exhibit C, incorporated herein in the resolution by amendment. And I believe that those are the substantive changes.
Correct.
Are there any changes, or, so you're proffering a amendment, do we have that document?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. There is no amendment to the document that legal has approved.
Will you just one more time just explain to us what this is in effect is doing?
In effect, this is a software upgrade for which the funds are already in the trustee's budget, and it is a contract amendment to allow for the upgrade to an existing contract that's been in effect.
And just explain what the substitute is accomplishing.
The substitute refers to it as a contract amendment rather than a new contract with Jonas.
Thank you.
All right, can we accept the substitute without objection? Seeing none, please prepare the screen for a vote. Commissioner Wright is an aye. The system has decided it is done for the night. The item as substituted. Please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Whaley, Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Mills, Shalai, Wright, Thornton, Morrison, Brooks, Bradford, Chairwoman Avon. We have 12 aye votes.
That motion passes.
Thank you, Commissioners.
I wonder if Commissioner Mills would like to make or produce a resolution that says the tax rate could never be considered on someone's birthday.
I'll support that.
All right, there are no more items before us. We'll now move to any announcements. All right, please clear the screen. We'll go to announcements. Announcements or statements. Commissioner Thornton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to thank the body. One of the past conveyances that we did to the Alcee Ball CDC, I'm proud to announce today that they have developed a house on it, and Miss Tammy is now their home buyer. So the process works, and we have a new property on our tax roll. So super excited for Alcee Ball CDC, and I applaud them for getting the work done.
Yes. Okay, Commissioner Caswell? Yes, Commissioner Wright. Hey there.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Just, again, Many of y'all may have seen on the news in the French community in the Ridge Grove housing community, where a Grove Hero Park was destroyed by some of the youth in the community. We're coming together this Thursday from 1 o'clock to 4 o'clock. Grove Hero, who we honored here about 6-7 months ago for his work, as well as the Memphis Police Department, is bringing all of their people out to, again, ignite their community with some resources from 1 to 4 up in the Ridge Grove housing in the Fraser community on Thursday. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Brooks?
Thank you. I'd like to call your attention to the Juneteenth transportation schedule that was passed out a little earlier. The first sheet lists the bus times, pickup times, and departure times. Pickup at your community center or the community center in your district, and shows departure to all of them to Douglas Park. The second sheet is on front and back. The second sheet lists all of your community centers by district. So hopefully you have children who are interested in participating in Juneteenth to show up at the community center. If not, let me know. Thank you so much.
All right, Vice Chair Bradford?
Yes, I would thank the commissioners that came out and supported me for the YMCA's Dancing with the Stars. I think Dancing with the Stars is a very loose interpretation since I was one of the dancers, but wanted to thank everybody that came out for that. It was a great event. I will be trying to recruit maybe some of you all to be dancers next year. My partner, Dr. Lynn Foley, and I got best costumes, so I may don my sparkly jacket for one of our meetings, and we also were the People's Choice. So thank you all for your support. Great event supporting the YMCA, and I'll be participating in a different way next year. So thank you.
I will have to say that Vice Chair Bradford really did bring the moves. Commissioner Shelby and I got to come out and support him at the event. It was a sight to be seen. Seeing no other business before us, this meeting is adjourned. We will return on June 29th. Adjourned until June 29th at 3 p.m.